Greetings, everyone, and welcome! Thank you very much for coming to join me for some more SMT3 Remaster. I note that there are relatively few people here today, and I certainly can understand why that might be. I myself am a little bit tired, but, Oh, Low Kitty! I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better. I guess it makes sense that they would, they would ask you to go back into work. I suppose you can't very well work from home in your profession, Low Kitty. Hello, Sugar Crow, welcome! And Koya, welcome to you as well. I hope everybody is doing alright. I feel like today is going to be kind of a slow, tired day. I know it certainly has been for me, and I'm sure will continue to be. So, this might end up being a more relaxed, chill stream. You as well, Sugar Crow, thank you. It's always a pleasure to have you. You were lightheaded all morning. Low Kitty, that's not good. If that persists, you should, call your primary care physician. Yeah, Sugar Crow, I figure it's probably just because it's the weekend, and now that people are finally starting to be able to go outside again, at least in some parts of the world, that's probably what they're doing now that the weather is warmer. And again, I totally can't blame people after having been stuck inside for so long. Of course, in my case, I'm perfectly happy to be indoors during the hot weather with air conditioning, so I have no qualms about that. Hey, Zio! And Koya, thank you very much for the Prime resub! Welcome back! Truly appreciate your support. I suppose I could give folks a few more minutes to make their way in. Well, Sugar Crow, it sounds like work has been pretty brisk at the lab that you're interning at now. Although it also sounds like you're actually enjoying being at this particular facility, which is a big step up over what the last place sounded like, the way you described it. With a little bit of luck, Sugar Crow, once you're done with your internships and your degree, you'll be able to hang on to some of your connections at this place and maybe land a position. Because this sounds like a kind of a best-case scenario for where you ended up. Oh, really, Low Kitty? Well, good on you for cutting sugar out of your diet. Goodness knows it's not an easy thing to do. Especially these days, and especially if you live in America. Although it's getting more and more difficult to do even here in Europe. Hello, person, welcome! Good to see you. Well, this is normally where I would bring everybody up to speed on what I've done off camera, but this time around I haven't actually done anything off camera. I'd been hoping that I could get a little bit of fusion done over the past couple of days, because I haven't had time to stream. I had a dentist appointment the day before yesterday, and then yesterday I had to go grocery shopping and just do a bunch of additional regular errands and whatnot that they're not the sorts of things that take up an entire day, but they take up enough of the day that it doesn't leave me the time to stream when all is said and done. Which is irritating, because then I end up with other things that I want to do and not nearly enough time in the day to do them. Oh, that's fantastic, Sugar Crow. I'm glad to hear that. Well, whatever you end up doing, I hope it's something that you want to do and something you enjoy. Hello, Nobleman. Welcome. Yeah, Low Kitty, I've heard people talking about the so-called the COVID-19, which apparently refers to the 19 pounds that people put on during lockdown when they're not getting out and getting any exercise. It's funny you mention that, though. My weight has stayed pretty much the same throughout the pandemic because I was already living the indoor lifestyle to begin with, and I'd already balanced out my diet and the quantity of food that I eat to the point where I'm not gaining any weight. Of course, if I could get more exercise in, I'd probably actually be able to start losing some weight, but... I've at least figured out how not to gain any more. Yeah, Sugar Crow, a lot of people seem to have really suffered for not having access to a gym. And I know that there are exercises you can do at home, but it's really just, it's not quite the same when you don't have access to all of the machines to make your workout super efficient. Wow, Nobleman. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the lost muscle, but at least you got rid of some fat in the process. Oh, yeah, Low Kitty, stress eating is a killer. I guess maybe that's why I've done as well as I have living this kind of lifestyle where I don't eat out of stress. And in fact, there are very few things that stress me out these days, probably because I've lived through such bad times and such genuinely, unbelievably, like, unbearably stressful situations that now day-to-day life just doesn't faze me anymore. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I suppose you could look at it either way. Oh, I bet that exercise really helped. No wonder you were so happy to be able to get back to your dance classes, Low Kitty. That puts that whole situation in a bit more perspective. Well, Nobleman, that's a stressor for everybody. I don't know a single person who doesn't get stressed out by dating. I mean, it's certainly not my favorite thing to do. At least not the whole getting out there and meeting somebody new part of it. That's always the biggest challenge. Oh, it's really great that you've got a coach who's such a big motivating factor, Sugar Crow. It's nice when a coach uses positive things like motivation to keep you going instead of negative things like, you know, shame. Yeah, Low Kitty, I think the group of people who suffered the second most, next to those who actually caught COVID during the pandemic, were the introverts. Or the extroverts, rather. The introverts finally found their niche. They finally found a way to live that was considered appropriate during the times. They, I should say we. So it was like, for people like me, finally my way of life started to get a little bit of acceptance and acknowledgement instead of just being ridiculed. But I do genuinely sympathize with the extroverts who have had such a rough time of it and have been locked indoors and just going absolutely stir-crazy. Yes, yeah, like, I can sympathize, but I can't relate in the least. Like, I can't empathize with that. You know, it hurts me to see my friends suffer, but all I can think is, how are you not overjoyed not having to walk outside? hey, Clockwork, welcome! Low Kitty, it's a little bit ironic that you use the metaphor of a clam to describe an introvert during the pandemic. Oh, yeah, Sugar Crow, I bet your fluffy little family members kept you plenty of company. And in fact, I bet they were very happy to have you around to shower them with attention. Like, never mind how the people handled it, the pandemic was a pet's dream, having their owners home all the time. Yeah, exactly, Sugar Crow, I bet. I have a sneaking suspicion probably, pets helped keep a lot of people from utterly losing their minds during the pandemic. I'm glad to hear that, Low Kitty. Take it nice and slow, don't overexert yourself, don't stand up too quickly. Good, Low Kitty. I'm glad to hear that you're able to join us while lying down comfortably. I imagine Sugar Crow's probably doing the same thing right about now. And as for me, I need to figure out what we're going to do next, because we don't have too much of the game left. We've got the 5th Kalpa, we've got the diet building. And then we've got the Tower of Kagutsuchi. You cleaned up your apartment enough to find your couch again? Dong Harvey, I feel like there's a lot to unpack out of that statement. Your apartment was so cluttered you didn't even know where your couch was? I don't think I've even heard of Scarlet Nexus Dracoland. Ah, I see, Low Kitty. I see. Yeah, Nobleman, you do. Oh, it's a Bankai Namdo title, huh? I see, Drake. You worked at a low-voltage electrical job? You had a ton of leftover wire you're organizing? Oh, okay. Enough leftover wire to completely bury your couch, Dong Harvey? That must have been a very demanding job. Well, not in this particular case, Wingless. No, this version of Nocturne features Raido Kuzunoha the 14th of the multitude of series in which Raido Kuzunoha the 14th appears. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure it's worth trying to do the 5th Kalpa just yet, because there are a bunch of doors down there that require us either to have certain amounts of stats or to have certain demons with us that we are nowhere near being able to fuse. People called your apartment Serial Experiments Lane? Ah, well, at least you're working at home for the time being, Harvey. And I mean, maybe if you're lucky, you can convince your employers to let you continue working from home. Yeah, in the most disgusting possible way, Xiao. I suspect that's probably more due to Sega than Atlas. Alright, I guess we should go finish the diet building first. And in fact, I think we should advance the story to the point where we get the final Magatama. And once we have that, we can go to the Cathedral of Shadows and open up Bando Shrine. And then we clear Bando Shrine, and we get the Masakados Magatama, which gives us immunity to everything except Almighty. And at that point, we can start really, finalizing Demi-Fiend's skill set. And also possibly leveling him up to the point where we can actually fuse some of the demons that we need to open all the doors in the 5th Kalpa. So let's get the diet building out of the way first. Hey, Rolls, welcome. Good to see you. All right. I think we can actually access the. Oh, right. That's the other side. And then for some reason, this shutter is just closed. I didn't realize this was a thing. Maybe it's not. In the real diet building in real life. Okay, so I believe right away we have to deal with a boss fight down here. Oh, fantastic, Rolls! Congratulations! I'm so happy! That's awesome! There is a statue. It said nothing. Look at the beard on that statue. That's like Karl Marx on steroids. Oh, I bet it did, Rolls. Believe me, I know how much of a relief it is to get out of that kind of job. And I am right there with you. Congrats, man. I'm really, really happy you're able to make your escape. Alright, so what we want here is Daisojo, probably Jack Frost, and Dees. And then, for our protagonist... we're about to level up, though. Alright, hang on. We need to figure this out, because... we're still nowhere near being able to learn anything from Gundari. Well, that's a problem, because Gundari teaches us Spiral Viper, which is going to carry us until we can learn, Freykugel. It looks like we can finally learn Null Light. The thing is, I don't have enough spaces to get rid of any of this stuff. Kniebler's Fire Boost is because I am eventually going to teach him Magma Axis. But unfortunately, we're still nowhere near to being able to learn that. After Fire Drain on Gehenna is Magma Axis, but I think that's like level 65. And the idea behind that is just to give Demi-Fiend access to something that is not a physical attack. I mean, Magma Axis is sort of, it's like a quasi-physical attack, but... I don't want to waste this level, so I need to figure out what I want him to learn. I guess we could just level up Anti-Elec during a random battle. Yeah, Knieblers, I accidentally learned Fire Boost earlier than I intended to. And as a result, since you can't relearn skills once you've erased them, I had to keep it. Oh, if Frit wants something, do you have a spare bead? I suppose I do. Here you go. Oh, thanks. He gave me a Dis Stun. Well, I mean... I don't feel like that was really a fair trade, but... Dong Harvey, the Andes are made of chocolate and spearmint. Well, in a sense. Not the Andes you're thinking of. Well, it looks like pretty much everything in here is weak to ice. Probably need more vitality. Then we can get rid of Anti-Elec. Okay, and now we can switch to... we're going to switch to Gehenna here because the boss that we're about to fight, I believe, is Cert. Alright, and let's not fight him at full Kagutsuchi. There we go. Halt! I am the guardian of this building. Thou shalt not trespass any further. By my sword of flames, thy body shall be reduced to ashes. Ah, too bad flames heal me, idiot. Wow, starts the battle off with Dekunda. Amazing. Gee, I wonder what would happen if we used an ice attack on him. Oh. That's a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure he's going to just keep spamming Dekunda, but... there's nothing he can do to stop us from stealing his MP. Ha! Amazing. Absolutely amazing. After Peter Barakan, Dark Rolls. Look him up on YouTube, you'll understand. Alright, and now let us yoink all his MP. There he goes, 2,000 damage via 2 hits from Glacial Blast. Okay. Back to the default party arrangement. Yes, exactly, Rolls, exactly. And now that we've dealt with that, let me go save, because it would be nice not to have to do that a second time if something goes tits up in the next segment, because it can. This is not a friendly dungeon. Hey, Clef! He did beat Cert. The kid's not bad. Looks like this might turn out to be interesting after all. I think I'll toy around with him for a bit. Well, there goes the statue. So, this dungeon has some really bizarre optical illusions in it that I wonder how they're going to work out in an HD remaster of this game. Hey Nate, welcome! Also, just look outside the windows here. Apparently, we just walked through a portal into hell. Ah, very good, Nate. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. Alright, let's steal a little bit of MP. And then we'll run away. Rolls, believe it or not, it's purely coincidence that I'm using 3 angels for this setup. This is, or was originally, the pixie that you start the game with, the one that joins you in the Shinjuku hospital. And I fused her into an angel because that was, you know, that was the level that I could fuse at the time. And I wanted it to be something useful that I could make use of throughout the game and not have to constantly refuse over and over again. So, what I did was I min-maxed her so that she has maximum magic and vitality, and she's got Troffery, which lets us run from battles, which normally you can't do on hard mode without Troffery. Life Drain, obviously, to keep herself topped up on MP, but more than that, Mana Aid, Mana Refill, and Makatora, so that she can basically continually regenerate MP and share it with the rest of the party, so that we don't have to worry about buying MP restoring items, because those are extremely expensive in hard mode. And then Force Drain and Null Dark to cover her weaknesses. She already deflects light. And Fizz Drain to cover her vulnerability to this single most common attack type. And then this helps to make sure that not only she doesn't die, but that if an enemy attacks her, there's a good chance that they're going to lose a turn, whatever it is they try to do. And then the rest of these are pretty much the same. I've just continued leveling them up to keep pace with the rest of the party and the point in the game that we're at. I want to get Principality's vitality up to 20 so that I can double it with Mitama Fusion and raise it to 40. But that's going to be a little bit of work yet. You don't get to select it manually for your demons rolls, only your protagonist. So what you have to do is save the game right before your demon levels up, and then go fight a battle against weak enemies, get your demon their level. If they get the level in the stat that you want them to get the point in, you save your game, and you move on with your life. And if they don't, you save scum it. That's something I wish they'd changed in this version of the game. I wish they'd let you manually allocate that, but... Another way to do it is to farm lucky tickets from the item shop. And then save scum trading in your lucky tickets for a strength or, you know, whatever stat boosting incense. And that's a little bit more efficient in that it doesn't require you to level your demons up in the process. But it does require money. And money for most of the game can be pretty hard to come by. Towards the end, it becomes kind of a non-issue, and actually, the more I think about it, maybe we should go do the 5th Kalpa and just unlock what we're able to unlock down there, because there's a particular spot there which enables us to farm stupid amounts of money. Yeah, see, look at this. This is diabolical. This is just a wall painted with a... painted with a mural to make it look like... there's a thing. Yeah, exactly, Fluffy Moofa. Illusion 100. Hello, amateur. Welcome. It's a painting of a hallway. So actually, before we go any further in here, let's go do that, because I am going to need money, and even this 328,000 Maka I've got right now is going to be gone like that once I start doing high-level fusion. Yeah, Clef! Considering the really serious, dark, dismal tone of this game, having stuff like that as puzzles is almost cartoonishly comical. Alright, yeah, let's go at least unlock the 5th Kalpa. I don't know if I'm going to even have enough strength or magic to get through some of those doors, but... let's go in as far as we can. And, crucially, let's see if we can access the Maka farming tunnel. Well, this strategy of just mashing does not work here. Then I'll have to see how well I remember the route through the Maka farming tunnel. Alright, now... oh, do you know what? We might be able to do that burial chamber now. Yeah, here we go. We'll pass on this, though. Okay. Here lies Spectre. Alright, so what we're going to want to do here, and then here lies Sakahagi. The idea behind these burial chambers is basically that you're supposed to defeat the bosses that are buried here within a certain number of turns. And if you do that, in every burial chamber, then it unlocks basically a bonus that you don't get till New Game Plus, unfortunately, which is an entire extra press turn. Alright, so for Spectre... we're going to bring... Zochoten... and... oh, do I not have another unit that can, ah, whatever. I could have sworn I had a third demon that had access to, Attack All and Dark Might. Hey, Knieblers, welcome! Hello, Samale, welcome as well! Alright, so what we have to do here is use the... where is it? Afterlife Bell. Somehow? Rolls! What are you doing? Thank you so much, Rolls, for, the 5 gift subs to, Xiao, Antoids, Knieblers, Outis, and, Captain Viscount. Seriously appreciate that, Rolls. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rolls, for keeping the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. For some reason, it still isn't letting us access these, though. Yeah, believe me, Rolls, I know how tempting it is to want to give the old bosses the middle finger, but the important thing is you're out. Oh, you know what? Upon a cursory search for an answer to this question, it appears I've totally forgotten that we need the black visor. Oh, that sucks. Alright, I guess we're gonna come back then, because I totally forgot about the visor. Alright, let's see. Oh, Rolls, you totally should have done that. You totally should have done that. Because that's not an overt slap in the face. I feel like that's pretty subtle. Well, let's rearrange the party again, then. Oh, yeah, Nobleman, it's unfortunate to have to lick people's boots in order to ensure that you get good recommendation letters. Well, you're lucky for that, at least, Nobleman. Hey, Drinky, welcome! I don't think we ever explored this for some reason. Oh, because it's all just dialogue. Have you been using the shafts that connect the Kalpa? I heard that your innate abilities, such as your agility and strength, affect your performance in there. If you plan on collecting Maka in there, then you might want to train yourself first. Which is true. Each, or some of your stats anyway, affect different things in there. Oh, hi, it's Lilim. Oh, I'm so in love with our leader. Who is he, you ask? Sorry, I can't just give out his name to strangers, but he's such a man of nobility. We call him the Lord of the Flies. I can't stop thinking about him. Those creepy-ass compound eyes. That schnoofy proboscis. Well, we're on our way to the 5th, Drinky. Samale, it's similar to the Persona games if you've played any of those. The press turn system is a little bit more primitive. It works somewhat differently in this game than it did in the later games and the spin-offs. But most of the basic systems, like the weaknesses, the elements, the different moves, demon fusion, leveling up, and skills, those are all more or less the same. Hey, Shinnywing! Well, turn order goes along with the press turn system rolls. And honestly, turn order works the same way in the Persona games as it does here. It's determined by who has the highest agility. Except that in the Persona games, your turn order is combined with the turn order of the enemy team. So it's everybody's agility that gets factored in. It's not your team gets to move in order of your team's agility, and then the enemy team gets to move in order of the enemy team's agility. Here, your team moves all at once, then the enemy team moves all at once. Whereas in the Persona games, they just, they go in order of who has the higher agility, regardless of who's on what team. Well, Rolls, that helps, but there are still things that you have no choice but to save scum if you truly want to optimize your demon's movesets. And those are things like ranking up skills via mutation or via skill power-ups. There's still no way to control those other than by save scumming. Which is a terrible oversight, in my view, because it requires you to spend huge amounts of time save scumming your demons leveling up to get skills to mutate into what you want. It can be some melee. I mean, even on normal mode, it can still be pretty punishing, depending upon how you approach it. Oh, right, that's the, Actually, I think there might still be something we can do here. We're in the process, Drinky. I only just got the... No one can escape from this prison. You might as well give up all hope. Just look at me. I'm going absolutely nowhere. I just got the afterlife bell, and now we're... Oh, here we go.
Do your best, and eventually, you'll get somewhere. That's something I always believed. So I made my contribution to society by doing just that.
This is Sakahagi. You can tell by his hair.
My company grew as a result, and became highly regarded by all. Do you think my life was a success?
Sounds like it.
That's what everybody else thought too. People envied me for my fortune. Until that one day, for the first time in my life, I had the urge to kill. So much anger, all because of that boy. Even to this day, I still ache for revenge. Of course, I didn't have the balls to do anything about it back then, when I was still playing by society's rules. So much time has passed, yet my soul still burns with rage. I should have taken revenge back then, for what that boy did to me. I sense that you have a power beyond that of any ordinary demon. Would you be willing to lead my wandering soul to salvation?
Sure. You rang the afterlife bell. Its pure tone fills the air.
I can see my writhing heart. A new shape surrounds it. I am in a place that gives rise to many demons.
The soul vanished. Nothing else in here. Rolls, we sent him to the Cathedral of Shadows. So, now we are eligible to fuse him and basically give him a new body. Drinky, it's not just about the materials. You can only fuse him during a certain Kagutsuchi phase. Sound of the bell unites a soul to a body. There was a guy who managed to escape this prison, and that's what he used to say. I wonder what he's doing now. He's actually a puddle of goo on the ground at the cemetery.
You're a freaky-looking demon. Hey, I want to ask you something. Do you think it's wrong to kill to your heart's content?
Sure.
Whatever. You sound just like a human. Humans can be more cruel than you think. Much more than any demon.
Look, you can tell he's evil because he's licking a knife.
I've lived my life causing nothing but pain and suffering for others. I never once felt bad about it. And I don't regret living that way either. But when I met that girl, the words just slipped out of my mouth. Everyone has kindness in their heart. Why the hell did I say that? Maybe I was just curious what it was like to be close to someone. To belong. If I could live my life again, I'd want to be the kind of person who everyone wants around.
Damn, what am I saying?
Why am I getting all emotional?
So this is Futomimi, or it was Futomimi in life.
You're really one weird demon. I've never told anyone about this before.
Well, Drinky, the dev team did what they love to do in Japanese writing, and they had these guys become opposites in the afterlife to what they were in life.
Hey, by any chance, would you be able to guide my soul from here?
Ding-a-ling.
I guess it's time to say goodbye to this place. The part of my soul that I was missing. The me that I really wanted to become. It's gonna wait with other demons for a new life.
Now, we also need to go find Black Frost. Eventually, maybe, Drinky. Not right away. And Rolls, thank you so much for the gift sub to Samale. I really appreciate that. But Black Frost is going to require us to go back, I think, to the third Kalpa? So we'll do that later. Rolls, I don't even remember if you can fuse King Frost in this game. I'm not sure you can. All right. Let's see if I remember how to get out of here. I think it was this way. Oh, I know he's in Digital Devil Saga 1, Drinky. He's a whole quest in DDS 1. Kind of a funny quest, in fact. now... Oh, okay. Only 500 Maka. No thanks. Oh god, these guys. Get me out of here. Hey, you activated the switch. Now you can move on. Good luck. Thanks. I don't remember what's in here. Oh, okay, that leads to the next Kalpa. Alright. Yes, Samale, it is. Dear God. See, and that's why we have Endure, because Endure protects us from cheap shots like that crap. And actually, I forgot to switch back to Kamudo, which is why we took so much damage from that. And what do we have here? Oh. Alright. Well, okay then, let's have a word with the big man and see what he has to say. They've added reverb to the applause to make it seem louder.
At last, you have restored all of the menorahs to their rightful places. I promised earlier that I would answer all of your questions, sparing no detail. It may have occurred to you that the menorahs were not, in fact, stolen. In truth, my master gave them to those whom he deemed worthy. I must apologize for not being honest with you, but there is a reason. If you listen to what I have to say, I am sure you will understand. The forces of light and darkness have fought throughout the universe, even beyond the flow of time. Their battles have affected every living being in existence. Demons and humans are no exception. They have simply been cogwheels in the infernal machine called war, and the war still rages on, even as we speak. However, one individual vowed to put an end to this eternal war. He decided to create a demon of chaos, one that would inherit his will, and enter the final battle against the forces of light. The fiends were prepared for the creation of that demon. He believed that by challenging and overcoming death, the demon would become the fruit of destruction, the black hope that we had awaited for so long. That is what he and my master planned. The fiends and the labyrinth of Amala were ordeals meant to test you. One fiend challenged you, unaware of the truth, while another fiend fell to you, dreaming of a future of chaos. Yes, this was all in preparation for the final battle. You have vanquished all the fiends, and now here you stand, just as he hoped. A demon with the strength to become the champion of chaos. So, will you lend your strength to us, for the sake of all who live in darkness? I cannot force you to help us. If you choose to walk the path of a human, then there is no need for you to return here. But, If you have doubts about the laws of the universe, about fate, or the providence of the Absolute One, then you should come to us at the very bottom of the labyrinth. There, you shall be born again as a full demon, body and soul. Let me conclude by telling you about a human who has crossed your path. One who is drifting, being kept alive by fate. It is my master's wish that you listen before deciding upon a path to take. The man I am referring to was known as Hijiri in your previous world. He died, but as fate would have it, he carried on in the Vortex world. Think back to when you first met him, to when the conception occurred. Hijiri shared the fate of all the others who perished in the dawning chaos. As he was heading to the hospital where you already were, the conception began, and his life ended. Did it not seem odd to you that he was in the Vortex world, unaffected, unchanged?
Well, the thing is, they made it look like he actually reached the hospital.
It was all because of the mortal sin which he committed. He was a being toyed with by fate, denied the respite of death.
Not exactly, Sugar Crow. She's about to explain it. You'll understand in a second.
And condemned to carry the burden of atonement forever. His punishment was to see with his own eyes all that happens in the world. To record the balance of events through all the ages. A task as endless as scooping water out of the sea with a cup. He was condemned to wander the infinite span of time. Man can change the course of his next life by virtue of his karma. But that privilege was taken away from Hijiri. Though his body may perish, his soul will remain unsaved. He lives a cursed, eternal life, just like a demon. Watch and record the history of the world. Witness the entirety of the endless war between order and chaos. That is your punishment for your unforgivable sin. Do you understand now? By the will of Amala, he was given a life of torment, and emerged in the Vortex world without realizing that he had died. Soon after, your paths crossed again. That is probably because you have the potential to affect the course of the new world. So by accompanying you, he has unknowingly been fulfilling his destiny. Tragically, he has no memory of his sin, his punishment, or even his death. He believes that he survived the conception, and has acted accordingly. As for the result of his efforts, you already know the outcome. In the body of a mannequin, Hijiri challenged those vying for creation, and he lost his body once again. He is now on a journey to a new land of suffering, but his will can never be freed, and his sin never redeemed.
I don't think they ever even tell you what sin he committed specifically.
Do you want your life to be predestined as well? Or would you rather choose your own actions? If you do not wish to be ruled by destiny, if you would prefer to walk with demons on a new, untrodden path, then please, come visit my master. You can open the door ahead with the menorah I gave you. Will you come meet my master?
Sure!
Then, we will be waiting in the deepest part of the labyrinth. I will open the way to the last door. please use the menorah and come see us.
No, Drinky, but I'm gonna come back for Rido.
We look forward to seeing you soon. Until then...
For the time being, I need all my party slots free for Fusion. There are a few, well, at least a couple of Twin Peaks references potentially in this game, Dong Harvey. The Amala Temple is subdivided into 3 different temples. There's a black temple, a white temple, and a red temple. Krega, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciate your support. How are you doing? Well, Sugar Crow, it wasn't Lucifer who cursed Hijiri. It was, presumably the Great Will, or, I'm not entirely clear on the distinction, but Jehovah, or YHVH, as it's written usually in, Roman letters. And pretty much all you have to do to piss that entity off in the SMT universe is to do literally anything to lift a finger to subvert its will. It does not like being undermined or contradicted. All right, now I think this is the correct tunnel, but let's see. We might have to review this a little bit. Alright, let's see if this is in fact the correct one. Oh god. No, I don't think it is. No, it is most definitely not. Okay, I think it's one after this. So we put the Menorah of Sovereignty here. This lets us in, and I think it might be this next tunnel. Okay. Let's see if it's this one. No, it is not this one. Well, that's fine. I suppose we're probably better off saving anyway. Now the problem is, I'm trying to remember how to get back to the warp zone that has all the money in it, and I don't remember how to get there. Alright, well, let's just move on for the time being. Oh, and here we are!
Took you long enough. Though I suppose you deserve some credit for making it down here in the first place. With power like yours, you might even fit right in with the Kuzunoha clan.
Man, they make a big deal of Demi-Fiend being strong enough to get down here, and somehow they made it down here before the doors were even open.
The road only gets rougher from here. I'm sure you've noticed the great squall brewing between those who side with the old man and the others who stand in the light. That storm is getting darker by the minute. And we're not the type to just sit back and watch as anarchy takes its course. So, Demi-Fiend, I was thinking you could use a detective. No, a mighty fine devil summoner on your team. He's been through quite a few battles himself, to say the least. Well, how about it, new partner?
Sure.
Looks like you've got a full load of demons. Hey, Ryder, why don't you give him one of your tubes?
Nice, that would be great. I'd like to store more.
I guess that's out of the question. We'll be here for a while, so why don't you come back when you clear up some space?
Sure thing, I'll see you guys later. Sure, just target Demi-Fiend right out of the gate. No problem. Alright, well... You better pay close attention or you'll get lost, even if you think you found a dead end. Make absolutely sure before you try another direction. Well, that's my advice. Choose to follow it if you wish. Oh, hi, Dees. What are you doing here? So you've made it to the last Kalpa. This is where the women loyal to our master gather. You've done well in meeting his expectations, but if you underestimate us, you will not live to regret it. Ah, right. And that's the other thing here, is that there are all these fake walls. Pretty much, Dong Harvey. That's what it seems like. Lilith is here, Nyx is here. The whole gang. Ah, yeah, see, usually when it looks like there's a dead end in this Kalpa, you just keep going. Also... Ah, okay. Interesting that you can kind of see down these. They're like pits. Oh, okay, and I forgot there were switches in here, but... I guess we have to deactivate these. Okay. Yeah, let's check where we haven't explored yet. Yeah, I have a feeling Demi-Fiend has no idea what he's getting himself into here, Dong Harvey. perfect. Couldn't have asked for better timing on this, for once. Oh, Captain, thank you so much for the gift sub to Dong Harvey! And congrats on your first gift sub in general, I really appreciate that. Oh, okay, we're back here. Alright. Oh, it's Yomotsu Shikome. Ooh, what a fine piece of eye candy. It's not every day you see a young man come down here. Why, just talking with you is setting my heart aflutter. Oh man, those glowing tats. They just do it for me. Oh, I bet I'm nothing but an old hag to you, aren't I? Not true. Oh, you made my day. Here's a token of my appreciation. The demon healed you. Well, thanks. Flatter this horrific undead zombie and she'll heal you, I guess. I really appreciate that, Captain. That's very kind of you to pay that forward. You're almost to the very bottom of the labyrinth. Our master is waiting there. Don't give up now. Okay, we haven't been this way yet. Oh yeah, you can kind of tell which of these walls are fake because there's a much more there's a much brighter blood vein pattern on them. I don't remember that being the case in the original. Alright, and I think there should be another switch down here. Oh, okay. Test your heart. If you are a true demon, you may see what lies beyond this door. Oh, okay. I guess we're a true demon. Well, Harvey, I think pretty much you have to have developed your answer choices over the course of the game so as to indicate you're going for the true demon ending to get in there. Which, yeah, for all intents and purposes, if you've made it down here, that's probably what you're doing. Well, let's see what's in here, because I don't Well, there's Cert. There are, in fact, quite a few powerful demons that we don't really need to stick around and mess with. You know what, though? I think the stuff in here might not be accessible until we complete the zone. Because I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be treasure in here. Samale, it's not quite so black and white. You can potentially play a bad guy, but who considers you to be a bad guy depends on what storyline you choose. There is no concrete good or evil. It's just that whatever path you choose, whatever ideology you follow, if you choose to follow one at all, will result in a different set of consequences for a different group of people. Or for everybody. Unfortunately, though, Samale, most of the different ideologies that you can choose to follow are pretty terrible and stupid. So, the majority of people who play this game usually seem to tend... oh, well, whatever. Toward, oh, and I could have waited for full. I didn't realize that we were on the upswing. They tend to go for the true demon ending. Okay, so we're back here. I think we might need to go back downstairs again here, because I feel like I missed something. Oh. Okay. I don't really remember the layouts of any of these zones. So I'm kind of just going by instinct here. Oh, alright. It got much darker and more dangerous looking. Oh, okay. Somewhere in here are doors that will test your demons. They test various attributes and may even kill a demon if they're inclined to do so. Some will ask for specific demons to put on the chopping block. If you want to go on ahead, be sure to bring a variety of demons with you. Oh, God. You wish to pass, let one brimming with light step forward. Oh, this is Metatron. The door would not budge. This is not the one I seek. Be gone. Oh, okay, well... That's nice. What about this one? Brimming with light. Wait a minute, no. Hang on. Ah, okay. Let one of great strength step forward. Different demon. No. 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 Yes, there we go. The door wouldn't budge. Well, that's not helpful. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. It's because it doesn't count strength boosts from Mitama Fusion, which is some crap. Wait, what? How? Yeah, I guess so, Ken. All right. We might need to go fuse something. Samale, thank you so much for paying forward your sub to 10 the Rabbits. I really appreciate that. Nope, that's not enough either. See, this is the worst. They're just like, lol, nope. We give you this great system for raising your demon's strength, but you're not allowed to use it when it matters. Well, Matador's our last chance at this. Nope. Alright, maybe there's another door we can go through. One of great luck. I don't know if we even have... No, I'm pretty sure we don't. Oh, these are all one-way exits from the area down below here. Well, that's disappointing. Once we have that pixie, though, it shouldn't be an issue. The problem is, in order to get her, we need to get through that strength door. And I'm pretty sure... one of great magic. Blast it. Okay. Hello, Johan, welcome! No, Samale, I'm trying to avoid having to leave here to go fuse a different demon to get through these doors. No, still not enough, huh? Hello, Caleb, welcome! Neither of them. Ah, congrats, Caleb! Just make sure you get it on sale if you can. Don't pay full price for it. No, Drinky, because I enhanced all of it with, Mitama Fusion. And I'm trying to figure out if I have any demons that have high enough base magic without Mitama Fusion to get through here, but it doesn't look like I do. Not even Dees. Sheesh, maybe Jack Frost. Okay, we have to go fuse something then. Yeah, Xiao, after they go so far out of their way to encourage you to use Mitamas for fusion, at the very end of the game, they then go, hey, guess what, lol, there's a consequence we explicitly avoided telling you about. Ken, there's no point. We're gonna have to leave anyway in order to fuse something. We might as well fuse something that can do both. I'll get a Black Frost later, Ken. He's not really a huge priority right now. We're gonna have to let Deese go, I think, because she's the least well defended. Oh. The angels cast down from heaven had no other choice but to become demons. Are we fallen ones to blame, or is it the fault of those who cast us down? I wonder what our master thinks. I'd like to ask him one of these days. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate your coming to say hi, but you go spend some time with Chives. You go enjoy her company, and don't you worry about us. Alright, well at least it's fairly easy to get back. If I could go the correct direction. This is why it's so important to have a drain or repel physical trait on every member of your party, because most of the time the first thing a demon will do when you get in a battle is it will use a physical attack. And if it hits a team member of yours that has the ability to drain or repel physical, then all of the enemy team's turns are gone.
You're back. So, are you ready to move? We're not as patient as you might think, so... Looks like you are. We'll be here.
So we're gonna have to come back to get him some other time as well. Alright. I love how they put stuff in your way as you're going down. That didn't make any sense. They put stuff in the way on the path you have to take to gather all the coins, is what I'm trying to say. All right. Jason, I suspect most people probably do. Alright. So now we want to save. Oh, good call, Modaferu, good call. Oh, welcome, Cherik. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. Johan, I don't think they specifically mean anything. They're a vestige of a previous design for him, where he was supposed to be, like, a little bit more cybernetic. All I know is they're supposed to resemble shamanistic tattoos. And they don't really give me that vibe at all.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows,
so
where demons gather.
Oh, okay, we could make Saru Tehiko. Then if we offer a sacrifice... Sacrifice Archangel... And that would give us 30 strength. That would certainly work. Okay, who are we going to use here? Archangel... Isaka... and Dees.
All right. Oh? Are you sure?
Alright, we can register him.
Oh?
Dees, it doesn't matter. Matador, I guess we can register.
Are you sure? Oh? Are you sure? Oh? Are you sure? Oh?
Boy, not an awful lot to update here, is there?
Are you sure? Oh? Are you
I guess
sure?
that's probably fine.
Oh? Are you sure?
That's fine.
Oh? Are you sure?
She's barely gained anything.
Are you sure? Oh?
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Alright then, so... Actually, we could even... like to... Yeah, there we go, okay. 30 strength. I don't anticipate actually using him, but... Okay, we'll just give him... We'll give him whatever, because we're not going to keep him. We're just going to have him on hand for, opening that door.
All right. Oh?
Because we have a much better version of him in the compendium already, whom I've already gone out of my way to, Oh, and ironically, it actually seems as though... I could level him up a couple more times and just get him some natural strength. I think that actually would have worked. And as a matter of fact... Okay, well, we'll leave that alone for now. We've already got one. That's fine. We will need to rebuy Pisaka.
Are you sure?
You know, and we can leave Jack Frost in the compendium for now, because this will give us room to go get Black Frost. Alright, so let's do that. That'll cost us a minimum amount of money. And now we go back to Amala. Oh, hello, Suboptimal Gamer. Welcome. Alright, I guess we might as well... He's in the third Kalpa, I think, so... The only thing is, I don't remember where exactly he is in the third Kalpa. Hey, Soul Bishop, welcome! The earlier games especially had that problem, Johan. It got a little bit better by Persona 5, but it took that long. Alright, now I have to figure out... how we're gonna get... down to the bottom of this Kalpa. Hey, Cheeseburglar, welcome! Been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? The Emperor has returned. I want his autograph, so I'm gonna look for him. Yeah, well, I wish I knew where he was. I'm pretty sure he's past the area where you do the chase sequence with Rido or Dante. He's either past here or he's in the room with the two switches. Let's check in here. You hear a voice. There he is. Guess I'm a little late to the party. Getting down here was like running through a nightmare. True story, hee-ho. Oh, hello. Hee-ho, remember me? The Emperor of Kabukicho has finally made his comeback. He to the Friezo, ho to the Frieze. What? Oh, and if you're wondering what exactly this comeback entails, I am not at liberty to say. Don't ask me why I shrank in size either. Trade secret, ho. Come on, we've got the ability to have huge demons like the 4 Heavenly Kings in our party. You could have given us giant Black Frost. Anyhow, the reason I'm in this hellhole is because I'm trying to fight my way to the top. Or bottom? I know, if I tag along with you, I can learn to be my coolest, strongest self, ho. So enough heeing and hoeing, let's go already. Black Frost joined you without your consent. Cheeseburglar, it's a fairly low-effort remaster, and Atlas would have, or rather Sega, from what I understand, would have gotten away with forcing Atlas to make it an even lower-effort remaster if they'd had their way, but... Alright, we're going to need to do a little bit of fusion with our friend Black Frost here. However... and we don't have any, we don't have any... incense. But if we get him one more level each of strength, vitality, or strength, magic, and luck, he should be able to open all of those doors. Yeah, Cheeseburglar, some of it can be fixed on PC with mods. But if you're not playing the PC version, then you're kinda stuck. And Sega did some really scummy things with nickel and diming people on the DLC. So, my advice to people who are considering buying this, Cheeseburglar, is if you're gonna buy it, just make sure you buy it on sale. Yeah, who would have guessed, right, Cheeseburglar? The way I heard it, Cheeseburglar, the way that I understand it is that Sega forced Atlas to release this remaster before it was ready in order to get it out in time for the holiday season. As a result of which it came out in a very broken state with lots of serious things wrong with it. And some of those things got fixed via patch updates. Oh, I'm trying to decide whether... I think we should just go use the warp to get out of here. Hey, Ramzabot, welcome! For the PC version, there are Mortiferu, yes. That I don't remember, Cheeseburglar. I honestly didn't pay much attention to the PC release, because I was planning on getting this on console from the start. Right, so what we can do here, then, is... we can use... grab Black Frost out of our roster. Use a thick grimoire. Save the game. Which I actually probably should have used Rebarama first. In fact, I should have. This, I wish you could skip. This little animation was originally intended to obfuscate the load times on the PS2, but... Okay, so that's strength. Oh, you know what, though? No, never mind. He'll have been added to the compendium, so I can always withdraw him again later. Oh, hang on, I forgot. Samale, the point isn't that it's bad, it's that they're charging $40 for the base version of the game and $70 for the deluxe edition. They're charging basically full AAA price for a lazy and poorly optimized port, essentially, that's running on an emulator in the Unity engine, I think, of an 18-year-old game that is nowhere near worth the amount of money they're charging for it. So that's why I say, Samale, if you're gonna buy it on sale. Do not pay full price for it. Well, Mortiferu, if it were a remake, they would probably be charging closer to 50 or 60 for it. And whether or not that price were worth it would depend on how good a remake it actually was. And for a remake, you'd better believe that they would be charging $80 or $90 for the Deluxe edition. Okay, that is magic all set to go. Now all we need is a level of luck. And I think we should be able to get through those doors. And this we might have to save scum a few times, because I don't think Black Frost likes leveling up his luck. Each demon has a predetermined predisposition for certain stats, and they will prefer those stats when they level up over other stats. Yeah, see... Probably he's going to go for strength and magic, so this means we're going to have to save scum a few times. I don't even think that using incense counts the point that goes into your stats from the incense. No, I have not heard of that or attempted it, Ramzabat. Although, oh, okay, well, there we go. That didn't take too long. Although I have a sneaking suspicion it'll be Diorama that he's trying to change, and, well, why not? Of course, Mabufula. Doesn't matter. We're gonna just withdraw him from the compendium again anyway. I was gonna say, Ramzabat, the... any cookbook published by, or written by Snoop Dogg is just gonna be recipes for when you've got the munchies.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadow.
Okay, so we can just revert him to his original state using the compendium, and...
Oh, all right.
That'll be fine. That's gonna just take some time for me to min-max off-camera. Or I guess, if people really want to see it, we could do it on camera, but that'll probably be a, like a post-stream thing. If we end up doing that. Alright, back to Amala. Yeah, Mortiferu, they do, and it's inexcusable that PS5s are still being scalped. Although the hardware shortage I can kind of forgive, because there isn't really anything anybody can do about that. Alright, down we go, and hopefully we've got what we need this time. Well, we managed to do that without getting hit. Yeah, Johan, that's a good point. Probably quite... Well, probably at least one. I'm certain most of his recipes contain some form of THC.
You're back. So, we're not... So, you'd rather go it alone? Huh. That's fine. We'll stay here for a while, so...
Alright, I do want these guys, but not now, because I've got a lot of fusion to do. And once you recruit them, you cannot get rid of them. They're in your party permanently. Right, how did we get... I think we went through the west branch. Oh, and you know what? Okay, Oh, I know why this is happening. I forgot to recast Estoma, and in fact I had Ribarama in effect. Okay, now we should be able to get through those doors. Alright, that wasn't very nice. Okay, down here. And then we want to go here. Then I think, yeah, through here. All right, let's try this again. Your comrade's strength is admirable indeed. You may pass. All right. And I'm pretty sure that around here, like through the strength door, there should be... Wish to pass, let the one who has been with you the longest step forward. That would be Angel. You have with you a mighty comrade, you may pass. Here we go! Crazy pixie time! Angel is acting strangely. What is this? There's power growing inside me. Ah! What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Aww.
I've been right here by your side from the very beginning. You're not waiting for me to say my line, are you? All right, all right.
I'm Pixie of the Fairy Clan. Please take care of me.
This was not her dialogue in the original. Man, they actually recorded that. That's funny. Oh, and then of course she ends up way down at the bottom, but that's fine. So, this is why you want this Pixie. She's level 80. She's got, lots of, oh my god, ridiculous abilities. And, rather crucially, she can get us through every door down here except the ones that require Beelzebub and Metatron. And this Pixie is canonically one of Demi-Fiend's party members, actually. When you fight him as an optional boss in Digital Devil Saga, he summons her. She's one of the demons that he summons. Yes, Caleb, this is why you keep Pixie. Because if you still have the original demon that you fused her into, when you come down here, this happens. Debler, I don't remember. I just remember she didn't say her original line that she says when you fuse her. They're making a little bit of a meta joke with that. However, now we are unfortunately going to have to rely on Pisaka for traffery. You have with you a mighty comrade, you may pass. All right. Now we need to go save, though, because... And actually, we should probably just leave and save, because I need to update my compendium with this Pixie, first of all, and second... Yeah, pretty much, Samale, pretty much. Oh, this is good. I haven't seen this one. What's this one? One of great luck. Let's actually see. Black Frost can do this. Yes, okay, he can. Excellent. Oh, but there isn't an awful lot in here. Indeed. Oh, really, Citizen Strife? I'm not aware of what they've done in terms of quality of life. And I also somewhat forgot that that was out this week. Chimera, she can. But I also have a Black Frost that can as well. Okay, that just puts us here again, I suppose. Alright, let's see. This, I think, is the Beelzebub door. One whose soul is black. Yeah, that's Beelzebub. Oh, okay, hang on. We've got another door. Oh, wait, no, that's just the... Okay. We're nearly done, Johan. We just have one more boss fight left, and unfortunately, it is a very annoying boss fight. A Wellbird rights activist, it stands to reason you could be forgiven for thinking that that was the correct choice, but what they want here are the two ultimate evil and, well, dark and light aligned demons. It's not really proper to call them evil or good. Zarek, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It is crazy. The time does fly, doesn't it, Zarek? How are you doing? It's good to see you. Johan, because he's one of the strongest bosses in the game. He rivals the final boss in how much damage he can deal and how unfair he can be. Ah, very good, Zarek. I'm glad to hear that. And now we need to get out of here without getting killed, because not having that angel is somewhat problematic. Oh, good. Great. Well, I guess we're using one of these. This should be enough to get us out of here. I hope. Yeah, it really hurts not having a mana battery on hand, like Angel.
You're back, so we're not. Looks like that. We'll be here.
Honestly, Zarek, Square has never put an awful lot of effort into any of their ports. All of their ports of, like, Chrono Trigger and the Final Fantasy games have just been really lazy, low effort. The Chakra Elixir, Bird Rights Activist, and no, we don't have access to that yet. That's in the final dungeon. Hey, Regita, welcome! Alright. Now, back to... Asakusa is the easiest place to do this. And... we can part with Black Frost for the moment. We can part with Sutter Tahiko. Yeah, Caleb, it's hot pretty much everywhere. I haven't, Johan. I didn't know they had a location in Berlin. Whereabouts is it? Maybe once things are not locked down here anymore, I will have an opportunity to check it out. Yeah, Caleb, some places. Alright, first things first.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadow.
We need to register Pixie.
Are you sure? Oh?
We need to withdraw. Where even is she? There she is.
Are you sure? All right.
And we also need somebody who is capable of using ice attacks. So actually, maybe we drag Dees out again. Yeah, we might have to, because we need somebody who can, nuke. Although it might be handy.
To the Cathedral of Shadows. Oh. All right. Oh.
Hang on, let's see, because it might help to have somebody with Tetrakarn and Makarakarn.
Are you sure? Oh.
Okay.
All right. All right.
And actually, we might have to temporarily part with Pisaka because we need a little bit of room here.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Are you sure? Oh. All right.
This actually might work. Although, Kikuri Hime is maybe not the best choice because I've already got her fused for a different purpose. So maybe... maybe Inugami, and then we fuse him into Makami. Let me see, hang on. Makami repels light, which is good. Nulls fire. So we would want... Glacial Blast, Ice Boost... Life Drain, Debilitate... Well, actually... Life drain... Hang on, this is tricky. He gains diorama. Actually, he gains a couple of things that we could potentially... Yeah, you know what? What else could we do here? Feral Bite can be upgraded. And diorama can be upgraded. Alright, hang on. Tetrakarn and Makarakarn are rank 8, that's fine. I hate to have to do this from scratch, particularly on stream, but it looks like this is the only way this is going to work. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go... Life Drain, Debilitate... Fizz Drain, and... Null Dark. And then Fire Breath and Feral Bite we will replace... Well, Feral Bite will keep. We'll upgrade that via level up, and then Diorama we will use to replace Fire Breath, and we'll turn those two into Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. And we'll give him Null Dark.
Are you sure?
You do, Xiao, and unfortunately it's going to be a bit of a long process. I hate to have to do this on stream, but there really isn't any better way.
Alright. Oh?
Alright, so now we withdraw Angel again. Whoops.
Are you sure?
Because I need her.
Alright.
Right, and we'll put Angel, Archangel, and Inugami. On Inugami, we will use a Thick Grimoire. Look how much money that cost us, just for this one fusion. And actually, Oh, right, that's what we need. We need Pisaka.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Are you sure? All right.
Yes, Samale, there are. Right, we hit Ribarama. Now we head back to... the Shinjuku Medical Center. Goose Twitch, I kinda like the harpsichord Velvet Room theme from the earlier games. Controversial opinion, I know, but... what I would like is a version of that theme, the harpsichord version, but with the operatic vocals of the Persona Velvet Room theme. So now Inugami levels up. He gets all these crazy abilities that we don't need. Fog Breath we might hang on to. Panic Voice we're gonna ditch. We will let this continue. The question is, where will his stats end up? Will they be randomized or will they be fixed with all these extra levels? I suspect... Oh, okay, no, we can work with this. Although we're going to have to immediately overwrite either Fog Breath or, Debilitate. One or the other. And I kind of think Debilitate is a little more useful. Especially if we have multiple units who can use it. Okay, we give him another thick grimoire. We save. We level him up again, at which point he will learn all the rest of his remaining skills. A Goose Twitch, that's mostly because of the level requirements for fusing them or recruiting them. And he gained a point in luck, which we don't want. Ideally, we want to get him vitality. So we're going to re-roll that until we get that point in vitality, because that will save us having to get an incense. Once we get his vitality up to 20, then we can just use Mitama Fusion to double that and his magic. That's all we really need out of him, is vitality and magic to be maxed. And once again, he gets a point of luck. This is why I really wish they had given you the ability to manually choose where your demon skill points go when they level up in this game, but it's something that they refused to do for a long time after that. Even in Persona 5 Royal, you don't get to manually allocate where any of your stat points go on level up. You have to keep re-rolling a fusion or save scumming a level up in order to do that. They can be disposable, Xiao, and yet, if you put enough care into fusing a demon, you can keep using that demon through the entire game. As evidenced by the fact that I'm still using that angel at the very end. What I really hate is when a demon is predisposed to level up a useless stat like luck or agility in SMT3, because it just makes it such a hassle. Because this keeps happening. He only wants to level up luck. Okay, well, there's confirmation that Feral Bite can indeed change. Which is an unfortunate design choice, Xiao, because it really punishes the player for having a demon that they like and not having enough money to fuse another one. Wow, Johan. I don't know, Goose Twitch. I'm sure there was a series or a game that did it before that. I just couldn't call to mind which one off the top of my head because I don't remember absolutely every game and all of its mechanics. For God's sake. We might just end up having to use incense farming to raise Inugami's vitality. And I would hate for that to be the entire rest of the stream. It's something like Story of the True Goddess, Johan. Reincarnation of the True Goddess. Yeah, that sounds right. I'm not even sure what relevance that has to the story of the games, because none of the SMT games that I know of have anything to do with the reincarnation of a goddess. Yeah, he only wants to level up luck. This is... in preparation for a boss fight, Systemi. Oh, is that why, Xiao? Okay. I figured it probably started with something like that, but I don't remember anything about the early SMT games because I never played any of them. Oh, Systemi, I've been meaning to ask you something. If you don't mind, if this isn't too personal a question, I'm curious about your username. Your username, if I'm reading it correctly, is I met Systemi. I've been curious, who is Systemi, and what was it like meeting them? Right, I'll try this a couple more times, but I think he may just insist on leveling up nothing but freaking luck, and in that case we'll just have to resort to incense to raise his vitality. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any better than this. Stubborn bloody demons. Oh, you met System 1? Or System I? Who or what is that? An old gag from work. Okay, so it's an in-joke I wouldn't know anything about, then. Alright, well, Makami has leveled up, and Dia has, or, Fire Breath, rather, has... Or, no, it was Feral Claw, or Feral Bite, or whatever, has become Patra. Which is a skill that it would help us to have. So, we're gonna just put this here for now. Oh wait, no, we can't. Because I didn't... Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad I saved over that slot instead of the other one. Freaking luck again. I guess we can get rid of Fog Breath. Oh, wait a minute, he gets Recarm. Oh, but Recarm is rank 8. So it's one rank too high to be useful for this purpose. Although... No, you know what? I'm not refusing him for this. Recarm, unfortunately, will not be helpful here. You had a user interface in the bank called System Infinity. It was supposed to be interactive, and I Met System I came out of it. Oh, okay, it's a palindrome. It can be read back or forward. I see. It never took off. I'm sorry to hear that, System. Okay, good luck, citizen. Have a good lurk. Not really, Johan, no. Usually crossovers end up being terrible. Do I care about the bios in the Demon Compendium? They're useful if you don't already know who or what the demon is, Goose Twitch. But I've been playing video games long enough, and video games incorporate enough, they incorporate enough mythological influences that I'm familiar already with most of the demons and the personas and the spirits and whatnot. Goose Twitch, Inugami is a spirit in Japanese folklore. Sometimes they're summoned by Onmyo, and they have the ability to provide beneficial effects to humans, but they can also eat people. And they're not necessarily always friendly. Usually when they're summoned by an Onmyoji, it's to do his bidding. They're sometimes seen as protector spirits, but that's not necessarily their only role. What, Goose Twitch? You didn't expect me to be able to stand behind a claim I just made? Have a little faith, jeez. Luck again. This stupid demon is only ever going to level up luck. Nope, not life drain. Well, Samale, they might eat you if you don't bind them to your will using Onyodo, which is basically Japanese sorcery. Freaking luck again. No. Fog breath. And that doesn't help. Goose Twitch, that's just some character designer's imagining of an angel at Atlas. And with Japan being such a sexually repressed country, small wonder that that sort of thing comes out in their character designs. Not that you don't see it a ton in Western character designs as well. Oh, Johan, I don't have a good answer for that. It really varies from game to game. Oh, okay. You know what? Life bonus. I'll take that. That's a, that is also a skill that can rank up. So now begins the, unfortunately, very irritating process of getting Tetrakarn and Makarakarn on the same demon. Nothing you haven't already heard me say, Mufa, no. The design of Mara is a holdover from the fact that in Japanese culture, where their taboos are rooted in Shinto and Buddhism rather than in Christianity or Judaism, where the taboos are vastly different, they don't have the same kinds of taboos that they have in Judaism or Christianity about discussing or depicting those sorts of things. In certain situations, mind you, they censor all their porn in Japan, which to me sort of defeats the purpose, but at the same time, one thing that you will see in Japan when the time of year comes around for the celebration is this. Well, yes, Artista, it is. But they didn't have to stick with it after the occupation ended. They could have done away with it, but because they're so terrified of change over there, they clung to it. And they still use it. Artista, that is... That is a correct explanation, and the American occupation is where a lot of stuff in Japan came from. Their schoolgirl uniforms came from the occupation because they were originally implemented by a school teacher from the United States who felt that the uniforms would help to create a sense of sameness and order in Japan, and that they would work well with the country's pre-existing collectivist mentality. And boy, she judged that a little bit too well for her own good and for everyone else's. Sorry, Xiao, is your 14-year-old cousin watching? Man, every single level up so far with this demon has just been luck. Samale, assuming the school provides the uniforms for you, yes. Not all schools that require uniforms actually offer them. Oh good, analyze. Systemi, I'm guessing you went to a Catholic school? Because, typically Catholic schools or boarding schools are about the only kinds of schools in the US that still use uniforms, to my knowledge. They're pretty much a private school thing, as far as I understand it. At least there. Oh, okay, Xiao, I see. Yeah, similar enough, Systemi. Gotcha, Xiao. Well, I mean, if need be, Xiao, you can just explain to her that it's a cultural festival that they hold in Japan, and... it's just one of those weird things that makes Japan who they are. And it's why they tend to be called the land of contradictions in the West. Well, yeah, Clef, that's another problem is, depending on where you go to school, they may provide the uniforms, but they may still make you pay for them. Yeah, as I understand it, Low Kitty, it's fairly standard for there to be, very strict dress codes with uniforms. Okay, Johan, good night. Take care. Have a good one. Mabufala. Bleh. We need Diorama to change into a skill that can be upgraded. Goose Twitch, I despise all three of the reasons in this game. They're all terrible. The only one that isn't completely idiotic is Isamu's, and Isamu's requires an absolutely unbearable sacrifice that kind of invalidates the point of human existence, if you ask me, so... It's the true demon ending for me, no matter what. Although, I say that, but either the true demon ending or the true neutral ending, where you just revert things back to the way they were before the conception. Yeah, Lokitty, that's one of the things I've always found inequitable about that sort of thing, is the girls' uniforms tended to be a little bit less designed with physical activity in mind. Especially any activity that involved climbing. And as I'm sure you're already aware, Lokitty, they constantly riff on that in Japanese media, because Japanese school uniforms are pretty much the same. And pretty nearly every manga or anime has some sort of reference to, like, the protagonist will be climbing a ladder or something, and the female members will be wearing a skirt, and they'll yell at the male members to either go first, or, like, they force them to wear blindfolds and stuff. They're kind of self-aware about it at this point, but... Yeah, Goose Twitch, I've never been a fan of any of those reasons, though, to answer your original question. They're all pretty terrible. Not complete zen, it was complete isolation, where everybody basically gets sent to their own little bubble world, where they have no contact with anybody else. And in theory, his reasoning is that there's nobody to interfere with your life that way. So you just live however you want, and nobody impedes your preferred way of life. But it comes at the consequence of no human interaction ever again. And all the things that come with human interaction, you know, community, love, friendship, all of those things get totally erased. And they all just go out the window in Isamu's reason. So to me, his idea is garbage. Oh, Hijiri? Hijiri's reason is depriving humanity of free will and of conscious thought. It's basically erasing every emotion and every thought from the universe. Which, again, all the good things about the human consciousness go away in that reason. Alright, so we got Zeodyne, and that we are going to keep. Because that can level up. Oh, you're required to wear the female uniform, Waltz Queen. If you show up at school as a girl in the male uniform, they throw you out. Remember their mentality, Waltz Queen. The nail that stands up must be hammered down. If you try to do anything out of the ordinary, outside of what's accepted over there, they are very, very quick to crush you. And they're still that way. No, Clef, ask any Japanese person and they will tell you that the consequences for showing up in a uniform that does not match your outwardly perceived gender are severe. Yeah, Samale, and most places in Japan will not hire them. Not corporate jobs, anyway. No, that's absolutely true, Systemi. In fact, one of the things that they teach Japanese high school students when they're applying for college and when they're in college is you're not going to get a job in a standard company or corporation if you don't look exactly like everybody else, like they expect a Japanese person to look, which means black hair, very limited different set of haircuts, and very specific clothing. Yeah, Krug, in the schools that require them, it tends to be really strict. Well, Samale, that's why Japan has one of the highest rates of tobacco and alcohol use of any country in the world. Because that's exactly what happens, is the stress levels that their jobs create do drive them to drink or to smoke. Well, Denpa, as a result of all of that stress, and not only the stress of a job, but the stress of a marriage. Because in Japan, they tend to view marriage more as more of like a practical partnership than we tend to in the West. In the West, marriage is, at least ostensibly anyway, it's about love. Before it's about practical matters. In Asia, throughout Asia in general, not just Japan, they have a much more practical and less emotional view of marriage where they look at it as, okay, well, marry somebody with whom both of you will derive the most benefit, rather than in the West where we look at it as marry someone with whom you'll both be able to make each other happy. Happiness is not first priority in an Asian marriage. And it might still happen, but it's not necessarily the primary goal of that relationship. Well, Samale, not to us, not to our Western sensibilities. Ultimately, though, I guess it just depends on which set of consequences you're more willing to deal with. Oh, we got a magic incense. Yeah, Systemi, when people aren't able to get married, or when they don't have kids, when that marriage doesn't result in children, that's one outcome that can happen and that is accepted. Right, Venom Bite is rank 3. So we need to level that up 5 more times. This is going to be a bit of a pain. Waltz Queen, you're not all that far off, unfortunately. Partly that, Waltz Queen, and again, partly about marrying into money or marrying for otherwise financial or practical purposes. Again, happiness is not the goal. Lou Kitty, you maybe offer the cat a treat or something to get it off your lap. Violet Flash, that is not what we want. Oh, hi, Sugar Crow. Were you summoned by the mention of cats? Or were you responding to Systemi's request for a sugar mama? Is that it? Well, Waltz Queen, you've hit the nail on the head there with your point about being risk-averse. I feel like we end up talking about this every time the subject comes up, but Japan is extremely high. It ranks very, very high on Hofstede's Uncertainty Avoidance Index, which means that in Japan, culturally, as a people, as a nation, they are extremely averse to situations where they face uncertainty. And as a result of that, their marriages tend to be what we've been talking about, and that has impacts on a vast variety of aspects of their society as well. Well, Famine, if they're not planning on moving back to their home countries, if they're going to move to a Western country, they have an advantage, because Asians tend to be seen as attractive in Western countries. Asian women especially. I remember, in fact, in my high school, we had an exchange student from Taiwan, I think she was from. And she was one of the most popular girls in my class because all the guys were just all over her. And, I mean, she was really pretty, but it's just, I think, something, you know, exotic about the appearance of somebody from a different nationality where it's physically obvious. I think there's just something that's fascinating about that to people, and lots of people find that attractive. On the other hand, in their home countries, like if you're half Japanese and you live in Japan, you basically get treated like a foreigner. They essentially treat you like a second-class citizen. No matter how good your Japanese is, you're never quite accepted as being totally native. What's this? Rowlander. Thank you so much for the $5 donation, Rowlander. I really appreciate that. Rowlander says, "Hey Spy, haven't watched in a while and felt like supporting. How you does?" I does all right, thank you, Rowlander. How about yourself? I really appreciate your support. Thank you again, Rolander. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat here, and, I'm glad you're well, Rolander. I don't see you around too often. I'm guessing you must be in a time zone where it's not convenient to watch, when I stream. I apologize for that. I know my sleep schedule is all over the place. Well, Waltz Queen, I have no idea what you actually look like, but for what it's worth coming from me, try to appreciate what you've got, you know? There's only one you. And it's easy to look at somebody else and say, oh, I wish I had their looks. Or, you know, I wish I had some other physical or cognitive characteristic that they possess, but if you did, then you wouldn't be you. Sugar Crow, I'm morbidly curious as to how you know that, but I feel like it's not any of my business to pry. Thank you for the vote of confidence, though. Waltz Queen, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Oh man, I wish I could keep that diamond. Krega, it always seems to come back to some kind of real talk around here, doesn't it? No, I trust you, Sugar Crow. And I think she's probably more so than she gives herself credit for, is my guess. Well, Waltz Queen, if I had to take a guess, that's probably not so much about how you look as it is about how others treat you, right? Because obviously, being a minority and discrimination and all of that unfortunate stuff that you'd think we'd live in a better world than that, but unfortunately it still happens. I'm guessing it's more about that, Waltz Queen, is it not? Well, Waltz Queen, but that comes with some trade-offs, though. And oh, nice, Lokitty, excellent. Waltz Queen, it's easy to be standing in a position like where you're standing now, and to look at a slim Korean girl and go, I wish I were her. But what you don't necessarily see about that slim Korean girl is how much unwanted attention she has to deal with, how many creeps, how many just sleazy and scummy and rotten men, and even occasionally women she has to put up with. Not so much women doing the sexualization, but women acting jealous and treating her poorly. You know, there are... Exactly, Lokitty. There are very specific consequences that come with being... with having that kind of appearance that, in a lot of ways, make you very vulnerable and restrict the kinds of things that you can safely go out into the community and do without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And Systemi makes a good point as well that being raised in a traditional Asian family, depending upon whether or not they're big on the values that tend to be common in Asian countries and societies, but that's a huge amount of pressure, and there's a reason those countries all have such high suicide rates. So Waltz Queen, I understand how you feel, and it's totally a reasonable thing to feel. I'm just saying, it might not turn out to be all roses and rainbows and unicorns, even if you could have that wish granted. Not to mention, Waltz Queen, there are still plenty of people out there in the world who go for appearances that are not the standard accepted ideal, whatever those appearances might be. I mean, Waltz Queen, look at the Greeks. Look at all the statues of the kinds of women that the Greeks thought were beautiful. Beauty is, more than anything, just a social construct, in my view. It's just something that a particular society determines based on really a very arbitrary set of criteria. And then that criteria becomes the norm for that society, and it sticks. But it can still change over time. And, I mean, dating can be rough no matter what your appearance. It's just that there will be different things about it that are rough, and I'm pretty sure for everybody, there are certain things that are always difficult about dating, right? Like the whole getting out there and meeting somebody new for the first time. You know, no matter what your looks are, that's always going to be a challenge. Hell Fang, I don't think that one can level up. Let me check the list. No, it does not seem that it can. Well, Xiao, there are certain very unfortunate worst-case scenarios in which you'll know right away. Well, Orion, I feel like social media is a double-edged sword when it comes to dating. For certain kinds of people, it can make it easier. For others, it's a terrifying rabbit hole that you don't want to go anywhere near. For me personally, I prefer to meet people face-to-face. I mean, you can arrange a meeting online. It's handy to be able to do that, but to actually do the entirety of your dating online, that's another matter entirely. I am not a proponent of that. Well, nobleman, you wouldn't catch me dead at a bar no matter what. First of all, I hate the bar atmosphere in its own right, but I also am not interested in dating the kinds of people who hang out at bars. You know? Although I'm in a bit of a difficult position as a content creator because the most tempting thing to do would be to date viewers, but that tends to be a very bad idea for a whole long list of reasons. And there are a lot of very difficult decisions that go hand in hand with that, so I personally, I look for people who have no idea who I am or what I do. No, probably not even alive in a bar, annoying person. Yeah, Hello Kitty, I can imagine that it's very difficult to find somebody who meets your criteria. I have the same problem, actually, Hello Kitty, for a very different set of reasons. Kind of on the opposite side of that. Oh, that's alright, Artista. I'm sure I'll get over you eventually. Interesting you say that, Soul Bishop. You're not actually too far off. In my case, I'm the sort of person where I don't like going out at all. I would just as soon do like a day's worth of cooking and invite somebody over so that I have a nice quiet environment where every variable is controllable, like the noise level. Well, apart from motorcycle guy constantly driving by my house, but other than that, you know, where the, I can provide the right kind of food according to the other person's tastes, or alternatively, like going out to a restaurant, or going out to do something fun, prearranged, that, you know, both of us are on board with. I don't know if you would call a day at the shooting range romantic, but, you know, that's just an example. That's one thing I would be open to. Well, Adalakis, quarantine has not made that any easier. Yeah, Lokitty, and that's an understandable choice given your preferences and your circumstances. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just, unfortunately, it makes it much more difficult to find somebody who meets the right criteria. Yeah, Denpa, and I mean, activities can take any form as well. You might do something together that neither of you has ever done and kind of make the date about having that experience together in a slightly unfamiliar situation, where there's kind of that sense of adventure. Depends on the person, though. If you're both people who like things to be under control, then you might do the opposite. You might go do something together that you both know you're going to enjoy, that you've both done before. That kind of thing. Oh, really, Systemi? I imagine those must have been very interesting dates. Hey, Sugewin, welcome. Yeah, their old Bloodborne playthrough is a classic. I remember it well, Suge. Well, Lokitty, and that's one of the best things you can do for yourself is to learn how to be, if not happy, then at least okay or content being single, because the single best way to kill your chances dating is if you've got desperation written all over you. Oh, okay, Xionga, that's progress. That is rank 4. Now we only have 4 ranks to go until we can transform that skill into Tetrakarn or Makarakarn. Well, nobleman, when you're in that kind of situation, it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? Because the thing that you need to be happy is the thing that you don't have that's making you miserable. All right, have a good one, Cheeseburglar. Take care. Oh, Rolander, see, that's an interesting strategy. It's not one I would have thought of, because my first instinct is to do exactly the opposite. To take a date someplace where it's not messy, and someplace where there's no chance of awkwardness just by the act of eating. I like icebreakers to be fairly safe so the other person doesn't feel constantly on their guard. Which is kind of hypocritical of me because I myself am always constantly on my guard in those kinds of situations, but... to me, it's more important that the other person feels completely comfortable, and I'm willing to make a sacrifice in that regard in order to make that happen. Soul Bishop, that's a very different kind of first date. That's when there's a very explicit understanding of what's going to happen. Well, Orion, and I imagine that the pandemic hasn't helped that any. It certainly hasn't helped that any for any of us, or really anybody anywhere. My heart goes out to you, Mufa, genuinely. But, what's that that rap song? I'm not the least bit familiar with rap, but it's the lyric that goes, I've got 99 problems. Right, that one? There are certain things that you just don't have to deal with at all when you're single. Like sharing living space. And arguing over who gets to use the shower first in the morning. And what you're going to have for dinner on any given night. So, you know, it really is all about just whatever choices and sacrifices you're willing to make, and whatever is more important to you. And let's not forget also, I suppose, whatever opportunities are available, because that's kind of important. Do you, Soul Bishop? I'm morbidly curious as to your reasoning behind that, or if there is any conscious reasoning, or whether it's just something that for whatever subconscious reason you enjoy. Yeah, the freedom is really nice, Orion. I would need somebody who enjoyed traveling and who were willing to do at least a little bit of it. Finances permitting, of course. Well, there's Dekaja. We don't really need that, though. Yeah, Red King, I can relate to that as well. Usually, if I have the choice to go out somewhere or stay home, unless I'm going someplace like a restaurant that I've never been to before, or, you know, one that I have been to that I know I enjoy, generally I'd rather stay home and prepare my own meal, or order takeout from somewhere, and just spend a quiet evening at home with the lady friend. Because to me, a relationship is my primary reason by far, more than absolutely anything, is for the closeness and the intimacy. And you can't really focus on that when you're out in public. So to me, an evening spent at home cuddling is the ideal. There are a lot of people who'd find that boring, but I don't like a lot of excitement. I tend not to have much energy, in fact, for crazy things, because my parents burned me out on that stuff when I was a kid, constantly dragging me out, like, canoeing or hiking or doing all sorts of crazy outdoor activities, ropes courses, zip lines, whitewater rafting, goodness only knows what else. So I've had enough of that crap for at least one lifetime. They firmly and decisively turned me into an indoor person, despite their best ill-advised efforts to accomplish the opposite. Well, Red King, once you've had that kind of experience, and you've been there and done that enough times, I can certainly understand preferring the single lifestyle. Huh. Well, Low Kitty, you really would have liked my parents then. My mother still goes hiking occasionally. My father can't really because he's got osteoporosis, and he can't risk fracturing a bone because America has no health care. Mana Surge is 30%. I don't think we can use that. Yeah, okay, and it's also rank 8, so it's the wrong skill. Yeah, see, for a lot of people, the outdoor stuff is like the dream date, the dream relationship, where you and your significant other are just outdoors all the time, you know, base jumping or hang gliding or luging down a mountainside or some crazy extreme sport like that. Not for me. Not for me. The adrenaline is not something I've ever been particularly fond of. Oh, what I described. Low Kitty, you're talking about spending a quiet evening at home cuddling, you mean? Nobleman, it either makes it very easy or very difficult depending on how many options you have where you live. Yeah, Red King, try being 36. Soul Bishop, you're a judgy but polite chef. You only like to go out to places where you can't completely make the dishes. No, I totally get that, Soul Bishop. I agree with you on that, in fact. It's a great way to do recon on their taste, because once they hear the chef, they usually get all cagey about what they like to eat. Okay. You like to win arguments, and it's easy to win the dinner choice argument. Then you can say, let's just go to the grocery store and I'll make you something special. Oh, yeah, okay. Soul Bishop, so you do actually have some very specific reasons for that. I understand and appreciate those reasons. As not a professional chef, but an avid and enthusiastic home cook. Well, Orion, that's the thing. For me, I would never want kids. Like, I couldn't be in a relationship where kids were ever even a hint of an expectation. Because I've spent so much of my life living for others. I've done so many jobs where I was either volunteering, or I was doing something humanitarian, or I was in some way doing a civil service profession, or a helping profession. I've always pretty much given everything I have to those around me, and never really had much of a chance to live for myself. And so, if I'm going to be in a relationship, I need to be, you know, in a relationship where my partner and I are each other's sole focus. Kids would basically guarantee that I would never have my needs met in a relationship for the rest of my life. So that's totally off the table for me. I don't know, Nobleman. I don't think I want to be responsible for running a matchmaking Discord. I feel like that's well above my pay grade. Oh, gripes? Nobleman, we would need a whole team of moderators just for that channel. Yeah, Red King, I feel like people don't really buy into those types of matchmaking communities. Aphantasia, Murasame? What makes you say that? I'm morbidly curious. I don't think I have anything close to aphantasia. I have no problem evoking mental images, and in fact, there are quite a few of them that I wish I could get rid of, to be honest. An enormous responsibility, Orion, to the point where if you're going to raise them properly, they have to be your primary focus. And everything else in life, except maybe your job for the purpose of supporting your family, has to be secondary. Or else your kids don't grow up well-adjusted and well-prepared for the life ahead of them. That's one way to look at it, Samale. Oh, Murasame, if I remember correctly, that was when you asked me why I don't play D&D. And my answer to you at the time, I believe, was that I need something more physically visual than just a verbal set of concepts. Makajimon, that doesn't help. Well, Rolander, but you can't guarantee that it'll work. That's the problem. You're kind of taking a roll of the dice if you deliberately try to do that. My father inadvertently ended up being that kind of parent, Rolander, and I would never, ever advise it. Because I think I turned out all right in spite of his presence in my life, not because of it. Xiao, I mean, that might help, but I don't think it would be enough. Don't get me wrong, Xiao, I've seen some really cool minis for D&D, and actually one of my mods is an avid painter of Warhammer minis, so I've seen just how elaborate and just how fascinating they can be, but I still feel like... I mean, I've never even liked board games for that reason. I just don't feel like they're immersive enough. No, go away, Prada. I need experience. Oh, very good, Murasame. Well, if you think you might be interested in it, you should try it out. You'll never know till you try, after all. I have not logged, no. Yeah, Xiao, but no matter who you're playing with, I need a visual and, like, an audio experience beyond just sitting at a table with a bunch of people. You know, and even beyond just having a board with minis on it. That, to me, that just, again, it isn't immersive enough. It doesn't draw me in sufficiently for me to stay engaged. Which is why I've always gravitated toward video games, because, it's sort of a complete experience, if that makes any sense. Well, Murasame, I've heard many people say that learning a martial art has helped them to develop their self-esteem and to learn to feel more capable. Just whatever you do, make sure you don't rely solely on your proficiency at martial arts for your sense of self-worth. Try to learn the feeling of being cool with who you are from mastering the art, Murasame, but once you've learned what that feeling is, try to internalize that you don't necessarily need to be the master of a particular martial art in order to feel that. You just have it intrinsically. And hopefully that'll start to be a little more clear to you once you've experienced it, once you've gotten there through mastery of the skills. Yeah, it's about knowing that you have the potential and that you're capable. And there are a lot of different ways that you can kind of teach yourself that, but martial arts is certainly a viable one. Ah, life refill. That doesn't help. Well, I take some comfort in knowing it's not just me, Samale. And I've been around people all my life who played D&D. Not just as a content creator where I've had people in my community who play D&D, but pretty much somebody in every social group I've ever been a part of growing up has played D&D. And I've just bounced off of it every time. Oh, boxing would pay you for doing it, Murasame? You might as well go for it then. Take the opportunity while you can. Oh, okay, long term, I see. Soul Bishop, they're all the same to me. Tabletop RPGs are tabletop RPGs. Be they Warhammer, D&D. I don't know if you really call board games potential tabletop RPGs, but it's all the same to me. The problem that I have with it is the same. Yeah, and you do so on a fairly regular basis, as I understand it, Lokitty. I have nothing against tabletop RPGs. It's just that I personally can't get into them. Oh, because of course he does, Murasame. Of course he would. I don't know why I'm surprised to hear that. Well, good luck, Murasame. Keep at it. Try not to get discouraged. And if you do find yourself starting to feel discouraged, talk to somebody. Get some encouragement from your trainer or from friends or, you know, from anybody who can give you a little bit of perspective. Yeah, amateur, some people are super invested in it. And the people who are the most invested in it tend to be the ones who have kind of mastered it and are really good at it. Oh, interesting. Amateur, you should talk to Mantis Man on our Discord because he's into Warhammer. He's actually the mod I mentioned who paints Warhammer minis. You should let him know that you DM for a Warhammer fantasy RP. Oh, blast it, I didn't mean to cancel that. Soul Bishop, are you actually trying to start a war? Murasame, I am save scumming skill mutations. Yeah, I get that, Samale. I totally understand. Warhammer Fantasy with the serial numbers filed off. Amazing, amateur. So, Russian Warhammer, basically. Or actually, I guess maybe more appropriately, Polish Warhammer. Yes, Audis, I am looking for Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. Sugawin, Russian Warhammer would basically just be Warhammer with real mechs. And if you die in the game, you die in real life. Because they use live ammunition. Bah. When can you play it, Rolander? Well, when you can cough up the $500,000 or $600,000 to build yourself a mech and arm it, and find somebody else who can build themselves a mech and arm it and fight you. Yeah, Murasame, I suspect that probably they have it divided up that way to ensure that the average, the division that of the average weight of the average Japanese person has lots of people in it. And then anyone who's heavier than the average Japanese person is probably going to be a foreigner. So they end up being excluded into a different category. That's just my guess. Samale, I feel like what you're trying to suggest has already been done in the anime Girls und Panzer. Sort of. Oh, no, Waltz Queen. Boxing weights, not clothing size. Samale, the basic summary is, it's an anime about... it's wacky. Like, it's not something that you should take seriously. And I've never actually watched a full episode of it. I know of it through osmosis. But it's about a league of different schools that have this, this game they play, which is a sport. But it's a sport where you have a real tank, but you use dummy ammunition, and you essentially have mock battles in these real tanks with dummy ammunition. Yeah, in a weird way, Striped Pantsu, it kind of is, from what I understand. So I kind of feel like Russian Warhammer would basically be that, just with actual live ammunition. I guess, Samale. Oh, okay, Leia Skynuber, thank you for clarifying. I guess that's what it is. So they do use live ammunition, but the tanks are like magically reinforced with unobtainium or something. They've done several collabs with World of Tanks. Why am I not surprised to hear that? You've seen Russian airsoft? They use blank rounds for atmosphere? Yeah, Murasame, that's basically the limit of my knowledge of Girls in Panzer, is, a video of footage from the anime with, like, Red Army Black Baron playing in the background, and... Okay, Red King, have a good one. Take care. Well, Sugiwin, in Brandon Lee's case, it was because the actor who was firing the blank was an idiot and left a ramrod in his gun, and the blank catapulted the ramrod out of the gun, and it impaled him. If I remember correctly, I think that's the same case, isn't it? So that was just I don't think it was just anything, but it was a situation of operator irresponsibility and incompetence on the part of that actor. Yeah, nobleman, and it's also extremely hot. You can suffer second or third degree burns from the expanding gas from firing a blank. Which is one reason why a competent firearms instructor, in fact, will always teach you that if you're firing a revolver, you never cover the side of the cylinder with your hand. And actually, I think there's a really good video that shows why. Here it is. Fingers versus cylinder gap. And I'll put a timestamp here. But there's a firearms YouTuber who actually does a little practical demonstration to show just how dangerous that escaping, expanding gas is when you fire a gun, even with a blank. It can, Waltz Queen, if it's a large enough round. Watch that video, Waltz Queen. Watch what happens. Yeah, I like him too, Kregamonsta. He's pretty chill and laid back and easy to listen to. Murasame, fanning the hammer is a great way to waste all your ammunition. It's a great way to burn your hand. And it's a great way to not hit anything you're aiming at. Hunter, was it like a suppressor what you used for firing blanks? Or something different? Yes, Kregamonster, but what did you expect? Hollywood lied to you about fanning the hammer. Why wouldn't video games lie about it as well? No, actually, back in the old days when cowboys used to use single-action revolvers, sometimes they would tie a piece of twine around the trigger to keep the trigger depressed. And that would enable them with a single-action revolver to fan the hammer and fire very quickly. The only situation where you would ever even consider doing something like that is if you're looking at like a mob of people literally filling the street in front of you, and you want to just drop as many people as possible as quickly as you can, and you can fire indiscriminately into the crowd. And if you're using a revolver, you're not going to be firing indiscriminately into a crowd anyway, because you don't have enough rounds. And heaven help you if you're in that sort of situation in the first place. The only time I can even think of when you'd be doing something like that is in like a Resident Evil situation where there's a street full of zombies. You're not likely to ever encounter a combat situation where your targets are that closely clustered together that that you would ever even think about doing something as inaccurate or as stupid as fanning the trigger. And yeah, Samole, nowadays you just use a semi-automatic for that purpose. Like, fanning the hammer pretty much requires you to be shooting fish in a barrel. And honestly, I've seen people get kicked out of firing ranges for being caught fanning the hammer. Ah, anti-fizz. I wish that actually were a skill that could rank up, but for some stupid reason it doesn't. Well, Soul Bishop, if you're trying to save ammo and you're willing to let the fish die a slow, painful death from, hypoxia. Yeah, Systemi, usually if somebody who runs a range is sensible, the minute they see someone doing dumb stuff like, fanning the hammer or like trying to twirl a loaded revolver or something stupid like that, they get their asses kicked out and they're banned for good. Because that's just begging to kill somebody. Okay, anti-light we can hang on to. Yeah, because that is a... What is that? A rank... Yeah, Waltz Queen, the lesson there is trying to shoot like a cowboy never ends well for anybody. Okay, anti-light is rank 5. Well, Waltz Queen, that's how they hold your attention at grade school presentations. They shoot themselves in the ass. That does sound like a very Florida thing to happen, nobleman. Blast it, Prada! Go away, I don't want to talk to you. I want your 3 experience points. Yeah, Systemi, there's always some idiot who's not paying attention and who somehow got through firearms safety class without learning anything. Well, Hunter, you could always go to a range. You could always rent one and get in a little bit of target practice. Yeah, Mountain Wolf, it's a nice way of getting the experience if you don't actually own a firearm, or if you can't be bothered to go to the trouble and the expense of getting a firearms license. It used to be a movie theater. Well, Suge, I guess that makes a certain amount of sense. The building configuration would be just about right. Well, Hunter, what would you prefer instead? Are you talking like you'd like to use a vintage rifle, like an M1? Or, something much newer? Hey, Venny, welcome! Venny, the subject has been changing more quickly than Lady Gaga's outfit. So, no guarantees how much longer it'll stay where it is. No, Nobleman, I was distracted trying to read chat. Rolander, that's kind of how it goes around here, especially when we're doing something as monotonous as this. It might actually have been a little bit easier if I had fused Tetrakarn and Makarakarn onto this guy first, and then leveled stuff up from there. I probably could have thought this out better, but we'll get there. Penny, you live in, what, Italy, right? If I remember correctly? Oh, Brazil! Okay. Oh, okay, Hunter. Not what I would have predicted. I see your tastes run fairly exotic. Hey, Magnus, welcome! How you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, Magnus, unfortunately. I want to make sure that I'm, as prepared as possible for Metatron, because we have to go fight Metatron next. And I want to make sure that I have a decent way of dealing damage to him. And pretty much the only way to do that is with ice. Recarm again. Boy, every single level that this demon has gotten, every last one, has been luck. He doesn't seem to want to level any other stat. Well, Hunter, that makes sense. You were in the US. Did you say the Marine Corps? It makes sense that you'd be using an M16 platform. And of course, they're obligated to teach you about AKs, because that's the most common platform you're going to run into out in the field anywhere outside of North America. The Marines, okay. Yeah, pretty much every under-the-table basement rifle you're going to find out in Europe is going to be a knockoff of, or like a refurbished AK. Rolander, believe me, I can appreciate that. When I first started learning about this stuff, my reaction was the same as it was for you. Or as it is for you. But I grew up in America and I live in Germany, and Germany, you might be surprised how, not only Germany's gun laws, but Germany's self-defense laws, how much of a variety they allow you to own. And what they allow you to do with those. It's still nowhere near as crazy as America's red states, where, yeah, hey, do you want to own a fully automatic weapon and carry it around openly? Cool. No problem. You can't do that in Germany, but... Semi-auto, Samale, yeah, depending on what kind it is, there are regulations that govern, what you can get. But do you want an MP5 in Germany? Yeah, you can own that legally. I mean, it's not a rifle, but... You would think that, Rolander, and I thought it for a little while too before I did my research and learned otherwise. Germany just has really strict laws that govern who can get a gun and for what purpose. Samale, it has auto and semi-auto configurations. As far as I know, you're not allowed to buy a fully automatic configuration for it as a civilian, but you can get the semi-automatic configuration. Rolander, if you're curious, there's a German YouTuber whom I mention fairly often because he's a good guy and he's kind of a goofball and I like him. There are 2 videos that he has made where he explains these exact subjects. So I'll link them both for you. Here is the video he's made on German gun laws, and I'll highlight it for anyone else who's curious. And here is his video on actual self-defense laws in Germany, which govern exactly how you can use not only guns, but things like swords or knives or baseball bats or whatever you happen to have lying around. Yes, Venny, it is. Of course it is. Who else would I be referring people to for this? Murasame, I am looking for Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. And Zeodyne, if we're lucky, it can rank up into Makarakarn. Or Tetrakarn, but... Waltz Queen, not all states have any laws governing owning swords. In some states, they're totally unregulated. And in other states, they're only minimally regulated. Otis, you might have a little bit of trouble explaining to a judge in court why you had to defend your home using a chainsaw. But if that's all you had, if that was the nearest thing to your bedside when that robber burst into your house, then you might get away with it. Bah, life surge. Yes, Murasame, but then I would have had to give up the skill slot for something else that I would have had to re-roll for instead. Makajamon, blast it. So close and yet so far away. Yeah, because of course he did, Nobleman. I suspect, though, Nobleman, that's only because in California, gun laws are extremely strict. Mediorama, not exactly. Honestly, Waltz Queen, you're in, what, New York State, right? New York is one of the states that most strictly regulates those kinds of things. Yeah, Quasar, I have a general familiarity with how strict California's weapon laws are. Oh, Midwest Waltz Queen, okay. I don't know why I thought New York. Yeah, Samile, and I know those laws were intended to help curb that, but they never do they? Well, that's pretty much how it goes, Quasar. When, gun laws are written by politicians who don't know the first thing about guns, you get gun laws that don't make a shred of sense, and that don't actually do anything to protect people. Which is kind of weird in Germany, because the gun laws here... Oh, no light. Blast it. Okay, have a good one, Rolander. Take care. Good night. Rest well. Thank you for hanging out. I lost my train of thought. That's what happens when you get old. Kids don't get old. I'm not saying die young, but getting old sucks. Well, Mountain Wolf, old I certainly am. Angry, not as much as you might expect. Yeah, just bizarre, dumb stuff, Quasar. Well, Systemi, I was a lot angrier when I was a kid than I am now. Granted, I had a lot more reason to be back then. Not that we don't have plenty to be angry about in general these days, but... It's all about whether or not you let it just ruin your day-to-day life, really. Personally, in my old age, I tend to find that I get hungry much more than I get angry. Which might help explain why I've become such a fervent home cook. Yeah, that probably goes a long way toward explaining it, Quasar. One of the best skills you can learn, either as a kid or an adult, is how to pick your battles. No, Nobleman, actually quite the opposite. I never get angry when I'm hungry, especially like at a restaurant. I tell you what does make me angry is when I'm at a restaurant and I see somebody being mean to a waiter. Or a waitress. And just like taking out a day's worth of work frustration on them. That makes me angry. Like, when I'm at a restaurant, even if the waiter messes up and it's his fault, that even if he drops a tray of food all over me, I'm not gonna yell at him, because he's already suddenly having a much worse day than I am. Whereas going out to eat with my parents, my mother especially, and this is one of the things that I've never really understood about my mother, and that's always kind of made me sad about her. She's a wonderful individual. She's, normally very kind, very caring, very sweet. But I tell you what, if she's at a restaurant and her order gets messed up even slightly, or if it's even slightly not described as she understood it on the menu, boy, she will make sure the kitchen staff knows about it. And I've always felt awkward sitting with her at a table in a restaurant when that's happened. More so nowadays when I'm home visiting, because she's a lot more particular nowadays about what she eats. Like, she's trying to avoid gluten, she's trying to avoid carbohydrates. So it's hard to take her out to lunch. Yeah, Samale, exactly. Those people aren't being paid anywhere near enough to care. But I've frequently had discussions with my mother as we were walking out of the restaurant where I'm saying to her something like, look, you know, the meal they brought you was fine. I know it wasn't exactly what you asked for, but there was no need to make such a scene about it. And, you know, to her it's just, but they didn't bring me what I asked for. And I'm like, sure, but you're 66 years old. You know how to be flexible. I mean, you survived my childhood without strangling me to death. Where's that patience now for this poor waiter or waitress you're never going to see again, and whose day you might ruin in a way that will just send them spiraling into an endless loop of depression? And she's like, but my chimichangas, though. I think that's just a mentality that people from her generation developed. Because when I'm out with friends, like people who are my own age or younger, it seems like they don't do that. Yeah, Waltz Queen, I kind of think that that mentality is a vestige of its time. And that those older folks don't necessarily have the experience being in that thankless position. No light again. No, Artista, that's just the thing, though. She's not. In any other situation, she's a really caring, sweet, wonderful lady, and I'm proud to be able to introduce her to people as my mother. It's just when we're at a restaurant and she gets something that's not exactly what she thought it would be. Like, normally she's the anti-Karen. It's just for whatever reason in that one situation. I don't know, like, I have things I'm really particular about, too. But that's why I make my own meals at home, or, you know, whatever the thing is that I'm particular about, I try to do in a way that doesn't affect anybody else. You know, I try not to make my mind goblins somebody else's problem. Because I feel like the people around me are already dealing with enough crap, whatever their story might be, and I make sure not to ask when I can avoid it. But it's a pretty safe assumption that somebody is already probably not having the greatest day, and you're better off not going out of your way to make their day any worse. That's my philosophy, at least. Yeah, Xiao, exactly. You learn that lesson pretty early as a kid, doing a minimum wage, quite likely under the table, thankless, underappreciated job. Yeah, Waltz Queen, fortunately, neither of my parents are that. My parents are both fairly progressive and generally accepting of, well, generally, pretty much universally accepting of, you know, other ethnicities, and generally accepting of gender identities that they didn't grow up around and that they don't understand. And they deserve credit for that. My father has a whole other long list of issues that we don't need to get into, and my mother, for whatever reason, just this one particular thing with restaurants. I don't know, it's impossible to live in a way that everybody will look at you and say, ah yes, that's a perfect individual. Anybody that you hear someone describe as perfect, that person is just hiding whatever their flaws are. Yeah, Xiao, but at the very least, you can appreciate them trying to understand and trying to be accepting when they do. I would much rather deal with that than have to explain it to a parent who's just flagrantly prejudiced and, you know, homophobic or racist or whatever. You know, whatever it is you're trying to explain to them, they're super against. That's much more difficult in my view. I've had to have conversations like that with, more distant relatives. Not immediate family members, but... Well, Cricket Monster, I mean, yes. And it's fair to expect that. It's just... You're making a choice whether you make a huge deal about getting exactly what you want, or whether you show a little bit of human empathy and kindness and make a little bit of a sacrifice, even though it's not necessarily incumbent upon you to do so, just for the sake of making the world a better place. It's the whole, it's the whole dichotomy of people who return their shopping carts in the parking lot versus people who don't, right? It's that mentality. There are the people who are, in it for themselves and themselves only, and they will put themselves first all the time, and they only take from society, they never give back, versus the people who, they might not be obligated to give anything to society, but they make the choice to do so because they understand that if nobody does, society is pretty much a terrible place to live in. You know, the people who are willing to make even a token effort to help improve society are the backbone of society. It doesn't matter what skills you have, it doesn't matter what background you come from, it doesn't matter who you are, or, you know, anything else about you. But if you're willing to make that extra little bit of effort to help make society a better place, then you're one of the people society depends on in order to be the kind of place where, you know, where it's worth living. Waltz Queen, when I was living in Connecticut, there were actually a lot of grocery stores that used to do that. I'm fairly sure the reason they stopped is because they used to get... because we lived out in the country, and there were a lot of people out in the country who had heavy machinery at their homes, just because of the nature of living out in the country, or because of the kinds of jobs that people in the country had. And for one thing, coins were a lot more common back then, which is a good point that Quasar makes. But for another, the grocery stores where they had the coin system, where you'd have to make a deposit to take a cart, people would just use a chain cutter, and they would cut the chain, or they would destroy the shopping cart in some way. And that system didn't work out very well, as I understood it, in that part of the country. And we would frequently go to the grocery store, and we would go to take a shopping cart, and there would be a bunch of shopping carts that just had the chains either cut off of them with chain cutters or torched off with a blowtorch on a couple of occasions. We saw that kind of thing. Well, no, Xiao, it was the part of the country where people just carry a chain cutters in the toolbox in the bed of their pickup truck. Yeah, Systemi, people do. And sometimes you're going to be treated like the bad guy, even if you step in to do a good deed. Because sometimes people who need help don't know that they need help, or they don't want it. And that's a difficult choice. That's the choice of forcing yourself on someone to do a good deed, or minding your own business and letting a person suffer when you know you could have prevented it. Well, Hunter, that depends on how much shopping you're doing, yeah. I certainly don't remember any grocery stores where you had to deposit a coin to take a basket. Yes, indeed, no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, Xiao, it has to be something that people are conditioned to accept. And that really comes down to the country and the society. If a particular society preconditions people to accept that sort of thing, if it just becomes the norm and people grow up with it, they tend to be a lot less resistant to it. Yeah, Waltz Queen, for me, since I don't own a car, the amount of shopping that I'm able to do on any given time is pretty much universally limited to what I can carry. Because in Germany, if you get caught walking down the sidewalk, especially in a city like Berlin, pushing a shopping cart, people tend to look at you funny. Good night, Samale. Have a good one. Mind you, they tend to look at you funny here if they see you walking with 8 bags of groceries in both hands. Waiting for the bus, Hunter. Try getting on the bus with hands full of grocery bags. Especially during rush hour. It depends, Quasar. I mean, I live in a fairly cosmopolitan city, and there are grocery stores within walking distance, but they're fairly small stores, and they don't always carry everything that I need. So when I do my shopping, I sometimes end up having to go to 2 or 3 different stores to get everything. Which I guess works out in some ways because I would have had to go to 2 or 3 different stores anyway, and it prevents me from having to carry too much on any given trip. Oh yeah, Systemi, that's awful. I've made that mistake enough times over the course of my life to have a very good idea now of exactly what I know I can use and exactly how much is too much and will go to waste if I buy any more. See, Venny, I've never liked doing that. I don't like spending any more time than I have to running errands. And I don't like making any more separate trips than I have to. If I can get all my grocery shopping for the week done at the beginning of the week, that's what I do. If I can just make the trip or trips on one day, that's how I do it, because I don't need to go wandering around in the summer heat in Berlin 3 or 4 times a week to buy 1 bag of groceries. The only exception to that I will ever make is buying bread from a local bakery, because fresh bread... Okay, Quasar, have a good one. Take care. But yeah, fresh bread is something that you either have to bake at home, and I'm not really all that good a baker, or it's something that you have to get from somebody who does know how to make it, and you have to get it same day. Yeah, Autolocus, your living circumstances do have a fairly significant impact on the logistics of your grocery shopping. Oh, if you were making a trip by there anyway to or from school, Venny, that's a little bit different. That I can understand. Initially, Venny, it sounded like you were making totally separate trips 2 or 3 times a week or more for grocery shopping, and that sucks. Waltz Queen, that figures, right? Because in America, they assume that most people are only going to want the sweets. And honestly, people in America don't tend to appreciate good bread. Not the way they do here in Europe. Like here in Europe, in Germany, you can go to like a Rewe or even a Lidl, which are the kind of middle and lower end grocery stores, respectively. And you can buy in a plastic vacuum bag a loaf of bread that is, it's like half baked, and it's meant for you to take it home and bake it the rest of the way. And that'll be, you know, like a bakery quality loaf of bread when it comes out of your oven at home. Maybe not quite what you would get at a local bakery that morning, but like a perfectly good bakery quality level of bread. I've never seen those in the United States. I'm sure they exist there, but I've never once seen them at grocery stores there, where they're super common here. No, Outis, you can fuse him as many times as you want, as long as you have enough death stones. Oh, small wonder that Aldi's would have them, Waltz Queen. Aldi is a German chain originally. And actually, there's still a branch of them here, in fact. Okay, Adolakis, I gotcha. Yeah, Venny, there's nothing like bread that's so fresh it's still warm. Especially if it's a nice flavorful bread that has like herbs or cheese baked into it. Or better yet, cheese and meat stuffed into the center. There's a bakery, it's a little bit of a distance from me. It's far enough that I can't really make regular trips there on a practical basis, but they do a bunch of stuffed breads that are stuffed with cheese and sausage and bacon. Those are really good. Well, Waltz Queen, you can always get fresh rosemary at the grocery store and use that. But, as for horticulture, Waltz Queen, I'm afraid I'm the wrong person to ask. I've never really even dabbled it in, despite having grown up in an agricultural community. Oh yeah, you should, Venny. When you do, take some pictures, post them in the dining room. And then that way we can link them here in chat for anyone who's not on the Discord. Well, Waltz Queen, baking bread is like anything else. It's something you have to practice and get the feel for. And honestly, we've got a few people on our Discord who've been practicing it for a long time, and who probably could give you some good advice. Actually, Waltz Queen, ask Amateur Fencer, because I know he's been practicing baking, and you can ask Mr. Sokar as well, because he's been practicing it too. The two of them have been doing home baking for quite some time, and they can probably give you some tips to get you started with a reasonably successful end result. Yes, Amateur, I was just, Waltz Queen had just mentioned that she's been having trouble getting her bread to turn out well. And it occurred to me to mention to her that you've been refining your baking skills, and I mentioned to her that you might be the person to ask for some starting tips. I feel like I should be apologizing, Amateur. I know I keep sending people to you for this. I hope that's okay. I hope it's not like a hassle that I keep referring people to you for baking tips. I hope you're not just sitting there going, God damn it, Franz is sending me more baking students. Why does he keep doing this? Oh, that's out of my wheelhouse, Venny, but I hope you enjoy it. I don't really know the first thing about coffee, but... Your best friend is also into baking bread? Well, Sugar Crow, I mean... I feel like in Germany it's almost an obligation. I mean, of course not everybody here is a baker, but... Soul Bishop, that would be confectionery if you ask me. Like, making pastries. Really, Sugar Crow? You don't have, you don't even have, like, a Brötchen with your breakfast or anything like that? Bah, binding cry. Well, Waltz Queen, to the outsider looking in, it certainly does look that way. It looks that way to me. I've always thought that the art of being a pastry chef is basically just a subtype of magician. Like, I'm amazed that it's not a job class in a Final Fantasy game, where you've got your red mage, your black mage, your white mage, and your pastry chef. They're all part of the same general family of jobs, right? It's a job class in Bravely Default 2? Amazing, nobleman. Pastry Mage! There you go, Regita. Really, Sugar Crow? That's fascinating. I mean, I certainly understand if you're trying to avoid some ingredient in bread, or if you're just trying to avoid it for health reasons. And I will admit that even I don't eat as much bread now as I used to. I try to stick to meat and vegetables when I can, and fresh fruit when it's in season, and not overly expensive, but... Yeah, Waltz Queen, I have been to bakeries and patisseries where there are like windows into the kitchen and you can see the chefs doing what they do. And of course, I've watched plenty of videos of that kind of thing on the internet, and it just looks like an arcane art to me. Just not your thing, Sugar Crow. Wow, well, I suppose everyone has their own tastes, and I suppose I can certainly appreciate preferring things other than bread. For me, if I had to completely forego bread, I would be a very, very sad spy. Because there's just nothing quite like biting into a grilled cheese sandwich with a nice crispy outer layer on the bread and then nice soft chewy on the inside bread. And nice good quality cheese as well. And maybe some bacon or, you know, other nice things that you can add to grilled cheese like caramelized onions. If I had to forgo that for the rest of my life, I would be living in a special kind of hell. Oh, hey, Yami, welcome! Yeah, Yami, that seems to be the case throughout Asia. I've heard a lot of those kinds of complaints from Japanese craftsmen, particularly people who do either traditional Japanese confectionery, like wagashi, or people who do Japanese carpentry or building, like the kind of joinery that doesn't use any nails or any of those kinds of things. They all make a fuss about how there's nobody left to take over their arts, and then they refuse to teach anybody who isn't Japanese natively and who isn't related to them. Like, well, okay. Have fun watching your craft die out then, I guess. Well, nobleman, except that now there are so few people left doing it that they're all considered to be living national treasures, and their work is in very high demand. Meanwhile, people from their countries don't want anything to do with it because they know that it's such a high-stress, demanding profession. Pretty much, Yami, yeah. You burned your thumbs making coconut candy, Venny? What did you do? Did you accidentally touch the pot or something? Oh, Venny, that was a noble pursuit. You tell me, Sugar Crow, the time does fly, doesn't it? Caleb, I am looking for particular skill mutations. I'm looking for, Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. Oh, yikes, Venny. Okay. Yup, that'll do it. Xiao, what are you still doing here, then? Get some sleep. I mean, I appreciate having you, but don't let me mess up your sleep schedule. Don't end up like me. Because as nice as it is to be awake and active at night when there's nobody else to get in your way, it's also really inconvenient not to be awake during the day when the rest of the world is functioning. Good night, Sugar Crow. Rest well. We'll catch you next time. Oh, yikes, Caleb. That sucks. Are you supposed to get it at an outdoor clinic or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, that would explain. Oh, interesting. War cry, huh? Well, under other circumstances, we might have been able to use that, but not here. Caleb, if they cancel on you, they should at least make you a new appointment, right? Well, yeah, Soul Bishop. For example, if you're looking at a demon that starts off with really high strength and really low magic, chances are that demon is going to be focusing most of its levels on strength. And you would want to give it a moveset that complements that. Well, Yami, it's a mentality that they'd better start trying to get out of if they want those trades to survive. You know? I have no sympathy for people who are so desperate to cling to the past that they can't see 2 feet in front of them into the future. You know, they're the ones who are going to end up destroying their own trades and their own livelihoods. Waltz Queen, do you live in that dangerous a neighborhood? No, you can't tell them anything, Yami. So I guess their work is all going to be in vain, and you can tell them that their craft will die with them. And if that doesn't get through, then it's hopeless. But, Soul Bishop, the way that I choose a demon is first, I look for how many slots do I have to spend on making it immune to the most dangerous attacks. The fewer slots I have to spend on that, the better. If I only have to spend 2 or 3 slots, that to me is ideal. Because that gives me 5 slots that I can spend on actual abilities that I'm going to be using in combat, instead of on drain or null abilities. The cops shoot at nobody? For some reason, Waltz Queen, are you sure that's the cops? So, Soul Bishop, when I figured out what drain or null or repel abilities I need to cover the demon's weaknesses, then I look at how many slots I have left. Let's say, let's look at Archangel again. Or better yet, actually, let's look at Zochoten. So, ideally, Soul Bishop, there are 6 vulnerabilities that I want covered. I want ailments covered, and in this game there are 3 separate nulls for each type of ailment. There's mind, nerve, and curse. So I want those 3 covered. I want light and dark covered because those are instant death attacks, and those are very dangerous. And I want physical covered because physical is by far the most common attack type, and especially later in the game, enemies start using moves that hit your entire party with physical damage that has a high chance of critting you. And if you take a crit, the enemy gets more turns, and if the enemy is spamming AoE physical attacks, chances are Demi-Fiend is going to get killed. So, to me, those things are essential to cover. Ailments are particularly dangerous because they cause you to lose control of your party, or they incapacitate party members. And worst case scenario, they can cause your party members to start attacking each other or throwing away money. So that stuff is all really dangerous as well, and that needs to be covered. So, I look for demons that have as many innate resistances as possible, and then I shore those innate resistances up with the remaining difference of whatever resistances are necessary to ensure that those 6 attack types are covered. And after that's done, I check to see how many slots I have left. So on Zochoten here, in order to ensure that he's got all of those attack types covered, I had to spend 4 slots. I had to give him Fizz Drain, Force Drain to cover his weakness, and then Null Dark and Null Mind to cover his remaining vulnerabilities to those status types. And he innately has Null, Light, Curse, and Nerve, so through those, he's got all the rest covered. That left me with 4 slots to work with. Well, he's a physical demon, so what do I want to put on him? I want to put physical skills. I want to make sure he's got focus for dealing high damage to single targets. I want to make sure he's got Dark Might so that I can guarantee he'll be able to deal critical hits during most boss fights, at least where it's relevant. I want to make sure that he's got Hasso Hapa because that is the... it's one of 2 of the highest tier generic AoE physical damage skills that do both large amounts of damage and that have high crit rates. And I also want to make sure that he has Attack All so that if we're fighting multiple enemies, like if we're fighting a multiple enemy boss fight during a, for example, new Kagutsuchi, he has the ability through Dark Might to attack the entire team with a normal attack that also gets its crit rate boosted to 100%. Veni, it translates to essentially 8 directional burst attack. So it's if you visualize it, it's essentially it's one of those attacks you see in anime where a person punches the ground and releases a shockwave in a 360-degree radius around them. It's that sort of attack. That's basically what it translates to. No, Waltz Queen. That's basically just 8 attacks on the same unit in the same direction. Hasso Hapa implies that the 8 directions are the cardinal and ordinal directions, north, south, east, west, and then northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. So literally in a circular radius around the user, rather than 8 attacks focused in the same direction on the same target. Does that make sense, Waltz Queen? Ah, no problem, Chaplain. Okay, Amateur, have a good night. Take care. Thank you again for helping Waltz Queen with the baking. But I believe that Hasso Hapa in actual real-life swordsmanship is, I believe it's a technique in Kenjutsu. Oh. Soaring Spirit, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, and congrats on your 3-year anniversary. It sure does, doesn't it, Soaring Spirit? Yeah, Hasso Hapa, traditionally, it's a sword technique. And I'm not sure what school of Kenjutsu practices or teaches it. You guys would have to check that out yourselves, but I know that it is it's a traditional technique in Kenjutsu. Oh! Venny, by the name of that stance, it sounds like it's, facing 8 directions. Probably a stance that enables you to see and respond to attacks from multiple directions. Oh, okay, Venny. I didn't realize you actually took Kenjutsu. Well, that must have been fun for as long as it lasted. Well, this is the unfortunate thing about trying to fuse a demon, is that you end up getting stuck. Trying to do this. At least if you min-max. Yeah, Caleb, that's why Fizz Drain or Fizz Repel are so important. Fizz Repel is what people will usually tell you is preferable. But I prefer Fizz Drain because it actually lets you heal yourself, whereas later in the game in particular, if you reflect physical damage onto an enemy, that enemy is usually immune to it anyway. So you end up just wasting the deflected damage rather than putting it into healing yourself. So I prefer Drain over Repel, generally. The only exception is if you're fighting an enemy that likes to use AoE physical attacks, like, once again, Hasotobi or Hades Blast, and every member of your party repels physical, which results in a situation where the enemy uses an AoE physical attack on your entire team, and it bounces off each individual member of your party, and then hits the enemy 4 times. But situations where that can happen in this game are pretty rare. Honestly, it's more useful to have that in the some of the later games. I'll tell you what though, Caleb, Drain Fizz is a trait that I wish I had in real life. Like, imagine getting into a fist fight at a bar, and every time somebody punches you, you just get stronger. Preda Hunter, you haven't seen Mara, have you? Oh great, Kamikaze. Well, Nobleman, not specifically for bar fights, but just for any form of physical altercation. Like, imagine being a pro wrestler, Nobleman. Imagine being part of the WWE, right? And then somebody comes running up to you and smashes you in the face with a chair. And all of a sudden, those bruises that you got during the previous match are gone. I don't know how you would have gotten bruises during the previous match with the ability to drain physical attacks, frankly. I don't know, maybe somebody used an ice attack on you or something and a chunk of ice bruised you. The logic kind of falls apart when you really start to question it. But, like, it'd be a really handy ability to have on construction sites. Because then nobody would need a hard hat. You wouldn't have to worry about something falling on you, because it'd just heal you. You'd never have to worry about being hit by a car. Yes, excellent, Tetrakarn. Okay. That's one down. Alright, now we need Anti-Light to turn into Makarakarn. And what we're going to do before anything else is we're going to hit Estoma. We are going to save. We are going to go back to Asakusa. No, actually, we're going to go to Ginza. Because we can get some free Mitama from the jewelry shop there. And I believe the ones that we want now are Saki Mitama. Nobleman, you can get hit by the equivalent of a train in the SMT series with Drain Fizz, and it'll still heal you. Nobleman, I think the point at which the attack goes from being a physical attack to an almighty attack is the point at which it stops healing you.
Take a look. Well, well. Take a look.
What do you mean my party is full? Oh, I guess they are. Oh, and you know what? We can get rid of Archangel now because I have a better demon that I can now access.
Well, take a look. Anything, take a look.
We want... I think it's Saki Mitama we want.
Take a look. look. That all? Take...
Alright, let's see.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons...
So we want to fuse Saki Mitama onto Makami. Yes, okay, that... No! It was... the wrong Mitama, in fact. Well, this is why we save. And okay, once again, we will release Archangel. Whoops, no, I want to go to Ginza. I guess it was Nigi Mitama we needed. Yeah, Magnus, that's the one downside to having voice acting in this version of the game.
Welcome. Take a look.
Okay, and what does this Aramitama have? Oh, life aid and life refill.
Take a look.
Right, we want this one.
Take a look. Anything.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows.
Okay, and this one should give us magic and luck. Yes, there we go.
Are you sure?
I don't actually want the luck, but maxing out luck will prevent Makami from being able to put points into luck when he levels up.
All right.
So now... we need to buy... I think Nigi Mitama was level 29.
Are you sure? Oh, all right. Are you sure?
And this is how you increase a demon's stats. The only problem with this is that it does not count for the purposes of the stat doors in the Labyrinth of Amala.
All right. Oh?
Which is stupid.
Are you sure?
But that's how it is.
Oh? All right. Are you sure?
That I don't know, Froggo Prince. I don't have a list of the game's credits handy. But I'm sure a cursory internet search would reveal that.
All right. Oh?
All right,
Are you sure? Oh, all right.
David Lodge. I'm not familiar with him.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
All right, thanks, Froggo Prince. Progress has not been as quick as I would have liked, but we have just finally been able to make some.
All right. Oh? Are you sure? Oh. All right.
And we are continuing to do so even as we speak. So now...
Are you sure?
Hopefully, by leveling up a little bit, we will be able to get Makami to put some points into Vitality.
All right.
And we are going to... Who else do we want to bring? I guess we'll bring Zochoten. And... I don't think I have enough money to buy the demon that I want, so we'll leave that for now. Bring Makami. Okay, so now we need to mutate Anti-Light until it becomes Makarakarn. I tell you what, I really wish we could rearrange skills in this game. I don't know why they didn't add it. I mean, I do know why, because they were rushed, because Sega rushed them, but... having Makarakarn and Tetrakarn at opposite ends of the skill list just vexes me to no end. Alright, we need Ribarama. Now we need to save. Okay, Vinny, have a good one. Take care. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Alright, so next, we need Anti-Light to turn into either Hamaon, Mudoon, or Diorama. And this can be a potentially annoying one because there are a total of about 30 different skills in the next rank that it can become. And only 3 of them are going to work for my purposes. So theoretically, once we get a skill mutation, which itself is a 1 in 4 chance, supposedly, but for practical purposes is a lot lower than that, then we'll have a 1 in 10 chance to get a skill we need. Pardon me. Oh, and of course it goes to agility. I seem to recall that there are a few demons that are like this, where they are just obstinately inflexible about which stats they choose to level up. Oh, okay, but now that he can't level up luck anymore, it looks like he's distributing them at least, instead of just putting them all into luck. Of course, he still doesn't seem to want to put them into vitality. Magic-oriented demons usually don't. Except for tyrants and other magic-oriented demons that are on the stronger side. And those tend to be pretty few and far between, not to mention, they take forever to be able to fuse. Oh, well, how about that? A point of vitality, and it turned into Diorama. We could not have asked for a better result. For which reason, we are absolutely going to save. Well, that spared us a tremendous amount of time waiting around. Every now and then you just get lucky and the stars align. And the next rank is going to be a lot easier because there are 8 skills out of approximately 30 in that rank. that will work for us. In fact, there are 9. And then the rank after that is the one that will potentially give us Makara Karn. And then I'm going to need more money, so I guess I'm going to have to go back down to the Amala Labyrinth and find that stupid Maca farming corridor. And honestly, if we can get just a couple more points of vitality out of the process of mutating this skill into Makara Karn, that'll mean we'll need even less money to finish maxing out Makami's vitality. Nullelek, well, we got a point in agility, which is not ideal, but Nullelek is one of the skills that we need in order to get to the next rank, so we're going to take it. And then in the next rank, we're looking for Makara Karn. And actually, we've eliminated a couple of the skills from the next rank already because Makami already has them. So technically his odds are slightly better now. Oh right, I forgot to... I forgot to give him the Grimoire to level him up. Man, even in this early stage, like the very beginning of the game, they're still having battles where multiple groups of enemy reinforcements show up, which just goes to show how unsporting the developers of this game were. How much they really wanted to just kill the player. Well, that's Recarm. That doesn't help us. And this doesn't help either, frankly. Megiddo. That doesn't help either. That's true, Outis, we are. Also forgotten that I have a pot of tea here that I meant to finish quite a bit earlier. Oh well. I guess I'll just put that in the refrigerator and it'll be iced tea. Or better yet, I'll make some ice cubes out of it. And then I'll make the same kind of tea tomorrow and make iced tea with that. Megiddo again. Man, normally it's really hard to get the skills, well, kind of hard anyway, to get the skills in this rank that are capable of leveling up to the next rank. It's only Megiddo and Rikarm. But, of course, when I don't need them, now they're showing up constantly. Ah, very good, Soul Bishop. I'm glad to see you using the technique of making your tea into ice cubes and then using those ice cubes to make iced tea with the same kind of tea. I tend to find it works best with black tea, especially like an Earl Grey that has some citrus in it, but it works well enough with oolongs as well. Solus Tikun, hello and welcome. What would I recommend as a mild sort of tea to start with? So, what's your prior experience, if any, with tea, Solus? And the reason I ask is because if you have any idea of what your preferences are, I can give you some recommendations based on that. Otherwise, I can just give you some general recommendations to start off with. But if, for example, you've ever tried any particular kind of tea, such as at a restaurant or anywhere along those lines, purely by chance, mild British breakfast tea and Russian tea your friends sent you. Okay, well, Solus, let me ask you a little bit more then about your general preferences for flavor. Do you enjoy sweeter flavors? Do you enjoy, for example, fruit flavors? Or do you enjoy more savory flavors? Because this will help narrow it down, and then we can narrow it down even further from there. You always love some sweets. Okay. Well, most of what I'm going to be recommending to you is from one brand, Solus, and I'm not deliberately advertising for them. I've tried to work out a brand deal with them, but they never got back to me. So this is just because it's the brand I'm most familiar with, and it gives me the best ability to provide you with recommendations. If you enjoy sweet flavors, then for starters, I recommend Blood Orange. And this is a very good quality blood orange tea. This one is actually made with bits of blood orange peel, as well as chunks of dried apple. The ingredients are all listed there. You can look at them. They're very good. Let's see, what else? Here we go. Let me also recommend... So they have a couple of different variations of this, but... this is their primary one. Oh, you grew up next to orange trees. Well, let me also recommend you an Earl Grey. This is one of their best sellers. They call this, hot cinnamon spice. And it's a very kind of Christmassy tea. It's basically a base of black tea with cinnamon and clove and allspice and those sorts of things. There is also this one which you might find interesting. This will give you a chance to try a green tea. Good night, Quaya. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. And then they have a variation of it, which appears to be fairly new, Solus, that they call hot apple spice, which I believe is the same thing, just with apple chunks in it. This is another one you might like, Solus. This is a white tea with peach. And I'm pretty sure they have... Since you mentioned you like orange, they have a couple of variations of the orange teas. And if you want to try something herbal, since this doesn't have any caffeine in it, I think this is... this uses rooibos, which is, it's red bush. It's native to, I think, South Africa. You might like this one as well. Oh, this is a great place to start, Solus. If you're trying to kick soda, then you could not do yourself a better favor than switching to tea. They also do, if you're interested, there's a variation of the blood orange that they use passion fruit. So there's that one as well as an alternative or possibly a supplement. And they also have a cranberry orange tea as well. Solus, you might like this one. And we can get out of the orange realm for just a moment here. I'll give you one more. This one is a green tea flavored with lots of nice things like vanilla, lemongrass, coconut, and ginger. So any of these, even if you want to throw in a cube or two of sugar to these, Solus, 1 cube of sugar is equal to 1 gram of sugar. And if you look at the nutrition information on your soda, most sodas typically have anywhere between 20 and 40 grams of sugar per serving, and often one bottle of... Oh, Solus, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Very much appreciate your support. Oh, Solus, if you're getting an ad... If you're getting an ad, Solus, I recommend you just use this, because Twitch will not necessarily stop showing you ads even after you subbed. Thank you, I appreciate the sub, I appreciate your support, but use this too. Believe me when I say you're not taking anything away from me by doing so. But Solus, I was in the process of saying when you were so rudely served an ad, check out the Bangkok tea that I linked there as well. That's a really nice one that has green tea, vanilla, ginger, and lemongrass, and some other good stuff in it too. Now, Solus, even if you want to add a cube or two of sugar to these teas, and they are flavored so as to benefit from it if you want to, 1 or 2 cubes of sugar, like 1 cube of sugar is equal to 1 gram of sugar. The cubes that you buy in the little boxes of cubes of sugar, each one of those cubes is equal to 1 gram. And it's the same 1 gram that you see on the nutritional label of your soda. Waltz Queen, thank you so much for the Prime resub. I really appreciate that. So, if you look at your soda's nutrition label, Solus, typically you'll see that most sodas contain anywhere between 20 and 40 grams of sugar per serving, which is a massive amount. It sounds like you're already probably aware of this, but... and the nutrition information on a bottle of soda may have 2 servings in a bottle. So if you've got an average of like 30 grams of sugar per serving, and that bottle of soda contains 2 servings, well, that's 60 grams of sugar you're drinking from that one bottle. Meanwhile, if you have a cup of this tea and you put a cube of sugar in your tea, well, that's 1 gram of sugar per serving. So if you want to kick soda, you don't even necessarily have to totally cut out sugar, although you can. Some of these teas are sweet enough for it, but... You have, Waltz Queen, and it's been a pleasure having you for each and every day of that 33 months. You're practically a fixture in my community, Waltz Queen. Ah, well, Solus, if you want to drink tea for the caffeine, it's still a lot healthier than drinking soda because you don't get all the sugar. But if you're interested in teas that deliberately have large amounts of caffeine, then I can make you a couple of recommendations. So... well, a VIP guest anyway, Maryland. Solus, number one recommendation for caffeine would be yerba mate. And they do sell a version of this that has mint in it. Mate is a Central and South American herb. It isn't related to Camellia sinensis, which is where traditional tea comes from. However, it does contain very large amounts of caffeine, and it is consumed primarily for that purpose in the parts of the world where it's grown. They also have... this one, which is currently sold out, but you can keep an eye on it. You might be able to find it in other places besides their website. They call this All-Nighter, and it is aptly named because it is a combination of mate, guayusa, and a little bit of licorice. And both mate and guayusa are very high in caffeine. And the licorice, if that's your thing, cool. You might not like it, but if you don't... then never fear, because Irish Breakfast has got your back. This is a good one for adding milk and sugar, and it also has quite a lot of caffeine in it because it's a it's basically a straight Assam black tea. And let me see if there's anything else in here. They've got a whole bunch of variations on English breakfast, and I'm curious as to what those each... they also have what they call a supreme breakfast. Solus, if you're a little bit iffy on non-sweet teas, get yourself an Earl Grey, and let me link one for you. Get yourself an Earl Grey and add a cube or two of sugar and some milk to it. Because Earl Grey is a black tea that has bergamot oil added to it, and bergamot is a type of citrus, so it's basically tea that has lemon pre-added. So you get a little bit of citrus in it, and it's very, very well suited, and in fact, I think almost custom blended to take milk and sugar. And even if you add only a cube or two of sugar, that's still far less sugar than you would get from soda. So you can maybe wean yourself off of the sweet flavors in that way. Black Heart Tray, you don't need anything particular. You can make loose leaf tea with nothing more than a tea filter and a mug. You can stir it with a fork. You can filter it with a kitchen strainer. There is equipment that is purpose-built for it that makes it more convenient, certainly. But you don't absolutely need any of that stuff for it. At minimum, I would say a really fine mesh basket-style tea filter that you can just put in your mug and brew 1 cup at a time. Or you can put maybe in a teapot full of hot water and brew several cups worth in a teapot. Oh yeah, no, Solus, if you get into tea, you'll never even have to just go to water. Because you can get so many great flavors out of tea, and some really strong ones as well. And I'll tell you what, Solus, if you want to really treat yourself, check this out. I'm going to give you a couple of recommendations. So first, oh, actually, let me give you another recommendation for a flavored one before we proceed any further. In fact, because you might really like this one as well. They call this Venetian Tiramisu, and it is a Chinese white tea blended with hojicha that also has chocolate and vanilla with cocoa nibs and apparently some brandy flavor, which looks really interesting. Solus, before you buy this, let me give you a discount code then, because I can save you some money here. Now, Solus, another one you might be interested to try is hojicha. Hojicha actually has a flavor not dissimilar from coffee, except without any of the acidity. Hojicha originates in Japan and a little bit Systemi. I'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, Waltz Queen, they have some discount codes that appear to just always be active. The Doctor, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Happy birthday. And let me hook you up with a shout out, because the Doctor does actually stream. He actually just started streaming. And is a very, very great streamer whom you should go check out. He's working his way through Mass Effect right now. So, Solus, hojicha has a really almost caramelly, sort of roasty, toasty flavor, because it's made from the stems of tea leaves that are roasted over charcoal. It comes from Japan, and it was basically a way of making use of a byproduct that otherwise would have been thrown away. It's really smooth, it's got a nice mild flavor, but it also has a really kind of roasty, crispy quality to it that I just adore. And another one that you might really like is this is Matcha Iri Genmai Cha. So this is a tea made from toasted rice, and I believe also a Japanese sencha, which is a green tea. And this is also dusted with matcha powder, which is powdered super high grade green tea. A Japanese product, as you might expect, given the ingredients. And this has kind of some grassy vegetable flavors from the matcha and the sencha, but it also has that roasty kind of popcorn flavor from the toasted rice. And it's another tea that I personally really adore. And that, interestingly, they now seem to offer a blend of the two, which is Genmai Cha blended with Hoji Cha. Indirectly, Yami, yes. All right, now let me dig up a discount code for you. Solus, let me know what your cart total is, because that will inform which discount code gives you the biggest discount. Hey, no worries, Solus. I try my very best to take care of my viewers. And, that to me means not skimping out if you ask for my advice. Alright, and who else asked me a question? Systemi, culinary training. I took a culinary arts course in high school, in my senior year of high school. Systemi. And other than that, I've picked up different techniques here and there all over the place. Some of them from professional chefs, some of them from the internet and cooking videos, some of them from personal experimentation and experience. And again, Solus, once you've totaled up everything in your cart, let me know what the total price is, and I'll give you a coupon code that will get you some nice savings on that. You know, Gaelic Otaku, you're not the first person who has compared me to Uncle Iro. A friend of mine who is also a Twitch broadcaster has frequently told me that I remind her of him. I've never actually visited that subreddit, believe it or not, Waltz Queen. Alright, Solus, here's what we're gonna do then. I'm gonna give you a code. And you can go ahead and test this, but I believe it should still work. Solus, this one will give you 15% off any order. And this is going to be your best bet if your order is under $30 or over $100. This one will give you a flat $15 off any order. Over $50. So this is going to be your best bet if you're making an order between 50 and 100. And then this one, if you're making a smaller order, under $30. Or over $30, rather. And these should work multiple times, so anybody in chat who has them can use them. Solus, you're going to want to use first 15 if you're making an order under $30 or over 100. Because none of the other codes will work under 30. And over 100, 15% off will get you more than a flat $15 off. From 30 to 50, you're going to want to use a flat $10 off for Refermate 10. And then from 50 to 100, you're going to want to use Refermate 15 for a flat 15 off. I hope I've explained that in a somewhat coherent way. But one way or the other, hopefully that'll save you a bit of money. And if it does, please just report back here at some point and let me know. Let me know that it was helpful to you. Oh, Solus, it's always a tea stream. It usually just requires somebody to speak up and ask before the tea comes to the surface. No problem, Solus. I hope that helps. And if you are ordering from Harney and you live in the continental US, Solus, they do free shipping on orders over $50. Zorza, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Zorza, I'm surprised you're over here and not hanging out with Sam right now. Or are you multi-twitching both streams? Well enough, thank you, Zorza. How about yourself? Watching both, I figured. What's she up to, Zorza? Did she ever make it through the cathedral? Oh, no problem, Solus. I'm glad those old videos were helpful. When I look back on them now, I'm inundated with ideas for what I could have done to make them better. But I guess that's the eternal curse of hindsight, isn't it? Is that it's always 2020. Yeah, Systemi, I don't know how anybody has the attention span to be able to listen to, never mind watch, multiple streams at the same time, but more power to you if you can. As a matter of fact, let me give her a shout out as well. Corgi Pasta is my friend Sam, and she is just one of the sweetest, most lovely, most huggable individuals you'll ever have the privilege of meeting on Twitch. She is just such a little bundle of positivity, and she has the cutest schnoofy dog. He's a husky, and his name is Finn. Oh, okay, Zorza, gotcha. Yeah, Clef, pretty nearly any tea that you would brew hot is good cold. But oolongs or black teas tend to be the preferred ones. You can make good green tea iced as well. Clef, what's more important than the tea you choose is how you make it. And my recommendation to people, a little life hack as it were, is whatever tea you're going to make iced, you brew it hot first, and then you put it in an ice cube tray and freeze it into ice cubes. And then you brew the same kind of tea again the following day when your tea cubes have frozen. And then you take out your tea and put it in the fridge and chill it. And then you take your tea ice cubes and put them in your tea. So that way you've got like, say you use Earl Grey, you've got a whole fresh pot of Earl Grey that you brewed and then put in the fridge to chill. And then you've got ice cubes that are also made out of Earl Grey. So you've got a whole pitcher of Earl Grey for the week that you can then just pour out and throw some Earl Grey ice cubes into. And it prevents you from diluting your tea with ice cubes made of water. So your tea remains full strength even as your ice cubes melt. And it keeps your tea nice and cold, but also nice and strong. Exactly, Afro, exactly. And Clef, there are things that you can do to spice up your iced tea. If you want to make like an iced tea with fruit or mint, you can actually get pitchers that have built-in infusers. And you can brew a fresh pot of Earl Grey, and then you can put some fruit, like some strawberries or some mint, like a sprig of fresh mint in the infuser, and then just put the infuser in the pitcher and put that all in the fridge. and infuse your tea overnight with fruit flavors as well. And the sky's the limit to what you might want to do with that. You can get as creative as you like. You can make some fruit puree, like if you want to make a blueberry tea, you can put some blueberries in a food processor and puree them, and then infuse that puree into your tea. Whatever you want to do. It's your call. So those are my general advice, but an Earl Grey is a good one to start with, or an oolong is also a good one to start with, Clef. If you're going to be adding other flavors, probably use an Earl Grey or a black tea. Oolong is a little more delicate, and you would want to probably have it on its own. Those are my recommendations, personally. Well, Haji, and it makes a huge difference as well. I got the epiphany to try it after half a lifetime of ordering iced tea at restaurants and having them come with ice cubes made of water, and by the time I'm halfway done with the meal, it's basically just slightly tea-flavored water. Dozens, at least, Solus, possibly over 100 now. But I'm also a proponent of trying new things, and I always encourage people to try new things as well. So to me, I'm interested in trying teas that I've never had before. And when I have the choice of one I've already had or one I've never tried, usually I'll go for the one I've never tried. Because that way, you learn more about what kinds of things you like or don't like, whether it's tea or any other beverage or food or whatever. And yeah, you might get a dud now and again that it turns out you don't like, but hey, that's what you have to deal with in order to learn what you do like. And the Doctor, thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to drop by at least briefly to say hi. I can't guarantee how long I'll be able to stay, but thank you for thinking of me. Well, Solus, look at it this way. You don't necessarily have to be adventurous. You just have to be willing to try something that you think you might like. It doesn't need to be something that's way out of your comfort zone. But for example, Solus, have you ever tried Vietnamese or Thai-style sweetened iced tea? I'm gonna venture to guess no, because it doesn't sound like you have. Oh, thank you, the Doctor. I really appreciate that. I would love to see your cute little schnoofy dog. Is his name actually Bilbo Baggins? And also, the Doctor, do you have a pet cam dedicated to him that you can display on screen and allow your viewers to enjoy his presence as well as yours? Just be careful he doesn't take over your Twitch channel, because look at what happened to Sam with Finn. His name is legally Bilbo Baggins. Very good, the Doctor. Okay, so, Solus, I recommend, if you have access to Vietnamese restaurants, get a sweetened Vietnamese iced tea. Because what it is it's a blend, I think, of different black teas that are smoked. They have a really distinct, prominent, smoky flavor to them, no matter where you get them. And I'm not sure exactly what kind of teas they use, but they're almost always, if not always, a blend of smoky black teas. No, I'm talking about Thai tea and Vietnamese iced tea as well, Yami. They do a similar thing with coffee, but I'm specifically talking about tea. So Solus, what it is it's this smoky black tea sweetened with condensed milk. And what it results in is this really smoky but also really creamy and just slightly sweet beverage that is unbelievably refreshing on a hot day. And even though I suspect you've never had it before, I have a sneaking suspicion that it's probably not all that far outside your comfort zone. And I would venture to guess that if you do try it, you will be very pleased and you might discover that you really like it. And it will certainly meet your need for caffeine, Solus, because whatever teas it is that they use in that blend, they have a ton of caffeine in them. Like, I can't drink more than one glass of that stuff without getting horrendous tachycardia. And I didn't, like, the first time I tried it, I didn't realize how much caffeine it had in it. And I ordered like 4 glasses of it. And by the time I was halfway through my meal, I was like hunched over my table, clutching my chest, wondering why my heart rate was like triple what it should have been. And then the waitress was like, "Hey, what's wrong?" And I was like, "Does something here have caffeine?" And she was like, "Oh, aha, I know what it was." Pretty much, Yami. Yep. Condensed milk is like their equivalent of maple syrup. You've almost certainly had it, Yami. It's the same thing as they do with coffee, just with tea. But probably more people like the coffee version of it, or more people know about it anyway. Oh, you have had it before, Solus. Okay. So, you tell me then, Solus. The first time you had it, it might have been a little bit exotic and unusual, but it wasn't that far outside your comfort zone, right? Did you enjoy it? What did you think? Yeah, Solus, caffeine doesn't do anything to me anymore besides just jack up my heart rate. I don't get any actual energy out of it, which is a pain, because it'd be nice if I did. Maybe I could be a little bit less lethargic when I'm working from home, but all I get is the tachycardia. Yeah, Waltz Queen, Yami asked about Thai coffee. Waltz Queen, we were just talking about that. The Thai, the sweetened Thai and Vietnamese style iced teas, those are a blend of smoked black tea and condensed milk. And the condensed milk is where that lighter color and the sweetness comes from, as well as the creamy flavor. Oh, okay, Solus. But so you didn't have a terrible experience, and you learned something that you learned about something you'd never tried previously, right? So that kind of thing, you know? You don't have to, like, dive outside of your comfort zone into the deep end of crazy stuff. But even taking a small step outside your comfort zone can give you opportunities to experience things you'd never known you might have liked before. One of my favorite stories to tell as an example of that is my first experience at a Japanese restaurant when I was 16. I was volunteering at an organization that provided milieu therapy and various other forms of training and social skills immersion to children and young adults on the autism spectrum. And my mentor there, who was an older staff member and volunteer, one day invited me to go with him to a local Japanese joint. And I didn't have anything better to do that day after work, so I said, sure, I'll go with you. And he took me to a Japanese restaurant. I had never had sushi in my life, mind you. and I was only very vaguely familiar with Japanese food. Not to mention, at the age of 16, I was still... I had been conditioned as a kid by American tastes, because that's where I grew up, and by the fact that my family never really had much money to buy food that was more interesting, and by the fact that neither of my parents could cook. I had been conditioned to pretty much just eating plain spaghetti with sauce out of a jar and pizza. And that was pretty much the limit of my my palate. So my friend and mentor took me to a local Japanese restaurant, and it is great, Yami, but it was pretty much the only thing I was willing to eat at the time. Because, you know, I had been taught pretty much that was... I had been conditioned to prefer that flavor profile. Not to mention that carbohydrate content. But my friend took me to a Japanese restaurant, knowing full well that I'd never had sushi in my life, and I'd had any kind of Japanese food maybe a handful of times, because my parents weren't the kinds of parents who typically like to spend money eating out, so I was deprived of a lot of different influences. Speaking in terms of culinary experience as a kid. So my friend took me to this restaurant and he treated me, and I, against my better judgment, I allowed him to choose what we ate. So he placed the order, he got a bunch of different kinds of sushi, and I, at that age, you know, at the age of 16, I was terrified of the idea of eating raw anything, because American food had taught me to be terrified of that. Because in America, if you eat something raw, there's a pretty good chance that it'll make you sick. Whereas in other countries, depending on the country, that problem is not necessarily anywhere near as serious. So here I am, terrified at the idea of eating raw fish, and he goes and orders a bunch of different sushi rolls. He orders a few cooked dishes. I think he ordered some gyoza. He ordered, like, a katsu dish. He ordered some teriyaki, I think. He ordered negimaki, which actually turned out to be one of my favorite dishes. Negimaki is beef fillets, very thin beef fillets, wrapped around a scallion, like a green onion, in a teriyaki sauce. And it was... the restaurant was on the more reputable, higher quality side. And it turned out that my friend had a, he had a reputation there because he was a regular. And he knew all the kitchen staff, he knew the wait staff, he knew the sushi chef, who was this old Japanese guy named Sato. And Sato is great, I miss him, I hope he's doing okay. I hope he's still alive. The last time I went to that restaurant, which was years ago, he was looking like he was kind of falling apart, and I asked him if he was okay. This was probably 2016, 2017 was the last time I was back there visiting. And actually, I think it was a lot longer ago than that, because that restaurant closed well before 2016. I think it would have been probably God, when was the last time I was there? The years all just sort of flow together. It would have been maybe 2010, 2011, actually. Or certainly not any later than 2012 or 2013. But I asked him how he was doing. He was like, "Oh, Franz, I hear them calling to me." I was like, Who? Who do you hear calling, Sato-san? And he points up at the sky, and he says, Tengoku, which is the Japanese word for heaven. I'm like, oh no! Sato-san, don't go just yet! I haven't thanked you properly for all the sushi you've made for me over the years. And that was the last time I saw him. I certainly hope he's alright, but, Anyway, all of that to say, that was my first real experience with remotely authentic Japanese food. And yeah, Yami, and he was definitely the poetic type. He had quite a sense of humor. And he was a bit of a pervert as well, which jived very well with my friend and I being young teenage guys. So he had kind of the same sense of humor that we did, in a way. And he would always tease us that we were just there to see one of the waitresses, which to some extent we were. But we were also there for the food, because the food there was quite good. And I ended up, after that one experience, after trying all those different dishes, and realizing that I liked pretty nearly all of them, and that I would have been terrified to even touch them for the rest of my life, had not my friend decided to bring me there and expose me to them. That experience was what decided me, then and there, that I was going to try to be a little bit more adventurous and learn about different kinds of food that I might actually like, even if I was a little bit afraid of trying them. Yeah, Yami, I gathered he hadn't been in America for all that long. I don't even know how he ended up there in the first place, now that I think about it. I never asked him. If I can find him, Sistemi, the restaurant closed a number of years ago. And I don't know what happened to the folks who work there. I think they might have opened another restaurant somewhere in a neighboring town. But I wasn't able to keep in touch because the place closed very suddenly. And I didn't have the contact information for anyone there. My former mentor might. I'd have to ask him. Bah, Tentarafu. Yeah, Joe Mom, but the only people who are allowed to prepare fugu are people who have gone through literally 10 years of training to get the license to prepare it. And then there are a whole bunch of other certifications they have to get through further demonstration of proficiency in order to actually open a restaurant where they're allowed to serve it to the public. So anybody who is serving fugu, Joe Mom, should be able to show you their certificate to prove to you that they know what they're doing and they are not going to kill you. No, Chaplain, I haven't, although I'd like to try it sometime. The only opportunity I would have had, probably, to try it was the time I spent in Tokyo back in 2009. And at the time, I was trying to save travel money because I was on a somewhat limited budget, and fugu is expensive. And it's expensive because if you're going to eat it, you're paying for basically the assurance that you're safe. And that sushi chef who spent 10 years training to learn how to prepare it safely, you know, that 10-year certificate had better be worth something, right? So, there was a place where I probably could have tried it, and I did see it on the menu there. It was a place in Ginza, but it was so expensive I opted not to. Because it was the equivalent of like 3 meals at other restaurants just to get one serving of it, and as much as I would have liked to, I didn't have the budget for it at the time. But if I ever get to go back to Japan, which hopefully I will someday, because as much as we talk trash about some of their ideals and social habits in the West, there are things about Japan that I really like, and one of those things is the food. And another one of those things is the scenery. And I've only gotten to see a very small amount of that scenery in Tokyo, which I enjoyed, but I'd like to do a more comprehensive trip there someday. Yeah, pretty much, Yami. City of overpriced alcohol and overpriced food in general, although there are restaurants that you can eat at in Ginza where you can get a somewhat affordable meal. The place I ended up going there was a little more on the high-end side, but the food was good for the price. And I don't drink, so I don't have to worry about the expense of booze. Well, Yami, there are a lot of parts of Tokyo that are overworked salaryman town. Ginza, Shinjuku, Roppongi. Roppongi is where all the foreigners hang out, but... Shibuya? Especially around the Shibuya crossing area? Well, Soulless, did the discount codes at least help a little bit? Chaplain, Japan is a good item for your bucket list. I have a fairly long one, but how much of it I'll get to do, we'll see. And I'm certainly not going to be attempting to do any of it until the pandemic is well and truly over. Oh, the codes did work, Solus. Excellent. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that those codes are just perpetually active. And yeah, exactly, Solus. Try to be a little bit more adventurous, even if it's only a little bit more. You know, even if there's something just slightly outside your comfort zone, use the opportunity to step outside and try something even a little bit different or new. Well, that's one way to see the country, Yami. Personally, though, Yami, if I'm gonna go back to Japan again, I'm gonna get the JR Foreigners Rail Pass. Because the more travel you do, the better a deal that thing is, and I want to see as much of the country as I can. And the rail pass is a great way to do it. I want to go up north to Hokkaido, and I want to check out some of the remote villages and stuff, especially during the winter, because I love the winter. I want to see Hokkaido during the winter, and then I want to see Kanazawa and Kyoto, and also I want to check out Fukuoka. It is, Lunamy. If you're a visitor to Japan, like if you're going there on vacation and you want to see the country, the JR Rail Pass is the best way you can do it. Plus, you get to ride the Shinkansen. Like, come on, it's win-win. Well, Solus, there's another incentive, right? I don't drink, so it has no relevance to me, but I have always been curious to visit a facility that produces soy sauce in the traditional way, because I think that's a really cool process. They usually do, Joe Mom, but in Japan, if you go anywhere off the beaten path, your Japanese had better be up to scratch. Because they only have English signage in the bigger cities. If you go out into the countryside, you had better be able to navigate in Japanese. Well, Lunamy, and that is clean, and that has good meals on board. Because the Shinkansen food is remarkably good. Well, Yami, you'll be able to at least understand the kanji. Communicating with the locals can be a little bit tricky, although even in my case with my fragmented self-taught Japanese, I was able to get by in Tokyo without too much trouble. And that's not counting the English signage in Tokyo, of which there's a lot more now than there used to be. Lonami, it's funny you mention that because Japan is the only country I've ever been to where the convenience stores actually had decent food. And I mean, it's not going to be anything fancy what you get at a convenience store, but you can get really very decent obento and onigiri and sometimes individually wrapped stuff at like 7-Eleven or Lawson or whatever the nearest konbini is. The only place you can get... Oh, eggs pre-seasoned in the shell? Are you talking about with furikake, Lonami? Or is there some other way they have of doing that? Are you talking about how they... Yeah, okay. I figured as much. Yeah, furikake is great. I always have a container of it in my spice cabinet, actually. Because it's great on eggs of all kinds. I like it on scrambled eggs, actually. But I've discovered that it also goes well on a fried egg. A little bit of furikake. Is just a great thing for breakfast. A little bit of furikake, and for that matter, a little bit of shichimi. I do quite like shichimi on a scrambled or fried egg as well. Gives it a little bit of kick. Yami, furikake might have been made for rice, but it's great on lots of stuff. Yami, how did I offend you so gravely? Makarakarn, there it is. All right. We have got what we need. Now... Chocolate, Chopin? Well, I mean, we do pride ourselves on our chocolate in Germany, but you might be better off asking somebody who actually has experience, like a confectioner. That was the last one, Systemi. Now what we need to do is something slightly more annoying, but somewhat less time-consuming, which is... we need to go to Asakusa. And we need to farm, we need to farm lucky tickets to get Vitality Incense. How many do I have, come to that? 3, okay.
Hello there.
So let's actually, we've got a bunch of bead chains that we can sell.
That okay with you?
And that will get us enough money. We'll keep these because I think we should be able to farm in the labyrinth now.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh?
Okay, so we have to spend...
Okay with you? Oh?
1,000 maca.
Heyo!
And then we get a lucky ticket. I don't think I have Solus. I'm not sure I've even heard of it.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you?
Hey, Tramer, welcome. Good to see you.
Hello there!
Yami, I don't even know what there is to see on the Navy base there. Or do you just have nostalgic memories or something?
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo!
Oh, I don't know what I expected, Solus, but that makes perfect sense.
Got it. Hello there!
Oh, fair enough, Yami. Yeah, if they allow you to bring guests in, being able to check out an aircraft carrier is a pretty cool thing. I've never done it, but I would if you offered me the chance.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! Oh? Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present? Got it.
Okay, that's number 7.
Hello there! Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present?
That's number 8. I think, anyway. Yes, okay.
Hello there! Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present?
Oh, I don't doubt that, Yami. Those things are, what, like 20 stories high? Solus, I don't get excited for games these days. There are games I'm looking forward to, and Elden Ring is one of them, but excitement to me comes when I get far enough into the game to realize qualitatively that the game is good. When I get to that point, then I'll be excited for Elden Ring. I'll be excited to finish the second half of it.
Hello there! Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Oh? Heyo! A present?
Okay, so we choose the white box, and we get a Balm of Rising. Solus, I advise against trusting a developer too much. Alright, what we're actually going to do here is we are going to, because this is very inconvenient otherwise, we're going to temporarily set the difficulty to normal, just for the purpose of helping this take a little less time. Because I'm going to lose all my money regardless, but this will just help speed it up a little, where we can...
Oh? That okay with you?
We can buy all our 1,000 maca worth of crap in one shot.
Goodness.
A luck incense, bah.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A Goodness.
A Balm of Rising. At least here, it's only like a 1 in 6 chance. It's still better than save scumming.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you?
For skill rank ups.
Got it.
And I didn't even see what we just got there. Luck incense. Well, Solus, just make sure that you don't get soaked for a deluxe edition or a season pass or something if they end up going that route.
Got it.
I personally don't make a habit of ever paying for a product that I'm not 100% sure is going to be delivered to me as promised when I receive it.
Heyo.
Or at least a product that I'm not sure exists.
Got it.
Magic incense.
Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Oh, that okay with you? Oh, that okay with you?
I wish these menus didn't have as much lag. I wish they were a little bit snappier and more responsive.
Goodness. Got it.
Blech.
Hello there. Got it.
Whoops.
Hello there.
Oh, Solus. Oh, Star Citizen.
Oh?
My friend, I hate
okay
to
with
tell
you?
you this, but I have a sneaking suspicion you're going to be
okay with
waiting
you?
a long time there.
Heyo. Goodness. Got it.
Strength incense. Those devs have long since run off with all that money. Like, that game is never going to be complete.
Oh? That okay with you? Heyo.
Oh, I certainly won't, Joe Mom.
Got it.
Agility incense. So far, we've gotten every incense except the one I need.
Hello there.
Oh, okay, Solus, I see.
Oh?
Well, that's a
okay
relief.
with
I was
you?
worried about you for a minute there.
Heyo. Got it. Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. Goodness. Got it.
10K battleship? What? You're gonna have to give me some context for that, Solus.
there. Oh?
I'm
okay
confused
with
by
you?
the context of a 10K battleship.
Heyo.
Hey, Kritzers, welcome!
Goodness. Got it. Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. Goodness. Got it.
Before you went to sleep, Kritzers? Then Twitch failed to deliver it to you on time, which is sadly not the least bit unusual.
Hello there.
Oh, Solus, you're still talking Star Citizen. Okay.
That okay with
yes,
you?
alright, that makes a certain amount of sense.
Heyo. Got it.
Man, this game just does not want to give me anything that will let me raise my vitality.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. Goodness. Got it.
This is another one of those situations where they should just let you pick.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you?
Well, Solus, at least you didn't have to learn that lesson as hard as the Star Citizen
it.
people do. Because anybody who's still paying into Star Citizen hasn't learned. Oh, okay, Kritzers. Well, congrats on the overtime. The,
Hello there.
overtime pay must be nice.
That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you?
Very good, Sidore.
Hey-o.
Congrats in advance.
Goodness.
Got it. Hello there.
I will be on my way to Metatron as soon as I
okay
get
with
the
you?
remaining,
Oh.
Vitality incense that I need.
Hey-o. A press. Got it. Hello there. Oh.
Well, Kritzers,
That okay
probably
with
better
you?
to have too much
Oh.
work than not enough,
That
right?
okay with you?
They are, Sidori, but unfortunately, in order to max out a stat, you have to already have a minimum of 20 in that
Got it.
stat to get it to 40 via Mitama Fusion, which is what my goal is here. And we need as much vitality
Hello
as we
there.
can get for this fight, because,
Oh.
we're gonna have a hard time surviving
okay
it
with you?
otherwise.
Hey-o. A press.
Goodness.
Got it. Hello there.
All but luck, Sidore.
Oh.
The Masakado's Magatama
That
gives
okay
you
with
plus
you?
10 to all
Oh.
stats except luck.
That okay with you?
Not that you need luck, because it's useless in
Hey-o.
this
A press-
game.
Goodness.
Got it. Hello there. Oh. That okay
Well,
with you?
Warrior, you know what they say. In order for there to be light, there's gotta be dark too, right?
Hey-o. A press.
Goodness.
Got it.
Besides which, everybody needs a break from work after a while. Let's not kid ourselves.
Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A press.
Goodness.
Finally!
Got it.
Okay. So that's one. How many more do we need? 5. So what we're gonna do...
Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A press.
No problem, Solus. Have a good one. Thank you for dropping by. It's been good catching up with you.
Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A present.
Well, Kritzers, that should not come to you as a surprise.
Hello there.
You know me well enough to know that I am an old
That
man.
okay with you?
And I would love to
Heyo.
retire and do nothing but stream.
Hello there.
Jeez, Warrior. Well, spend some of that
okay
money
with you?
you've been earning over the past 18 months
Heyo.
and get yourself a nice birthday present and take yourself out to dinner.
Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A present. Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A present. Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o. A present.
All right, what are we at now? 7.
Hello there. Oh. That okay with you? Hey-o.
And then we sell off all of these.
That okay with you?
Get back half of what we spent.
Hey-o. A present. Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Hey-oh. Hey-oh.
9, okay.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Hey-oh. Got it.
Now we go save. Oh, and you know what? Don't let me forget, but... Okay, it's in effect already.
Hello there.
Okay, now we buy enough to get the 10th lucky ticket.
Hey-oh.
Sorry for all the coughing. I really need... Oh, goodness sake. Magic incense.
Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Hey-oh. A present.
All right, come on.
Got it.
Bomb of Rising.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Hey-oh. A present. Goodness. Got it.
Agility. I agree, Kritzers. If they're gonna force you to save scum, they might as well just let you choose whatever it is you're trying to save scum the result of.
Hey-oh. Goodness.
There we go, Vitality Incense again. It's just become such a standard part of JRPG design, and nobody even questions it anymore. But it's terrible. All right.
Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Oh, that okay with you?
But at least we're making progress.
Got it. Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Oh, that okay with you? Hey-oh. A present.
Kritzos, I feel like what they could have done instead of this was just let you buy incense from the collector mannequin for like 10,000 Maka each.
Hey-oh.
That would have been fine.
Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Hey-oh. Hello there.
I'm not familiar, Dong Harvey. Would you care to elucidate that?
That okay
I've
with
never
you?
played any of the Elder Scrolls games.
Hey-oh. A present. Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Oh, that okay with you? Hey-oh. A present. Hello there. Oh, that okay with you? Hey-oh. A present.
And then this will be 9, and I can tell because we go by however many tens of medicines we have. We've got 80 medicine now, so we have 8 lucky tickets.
That okay with you?
Now we have 9.
Hey-oh. Oh, that okay with you?
Caleb, what's your question? What can I answer for you? Oh wait, no, that was 8 lucky tickets. What? Hang on.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. A press.
Alright, we'll put that there. We'll also put it here just in case.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo. A press. Goodness.
Oh, good! First try this time. Excellent. Finally, RN Jesus is having a little bit of mercy. 3 more points to go.
Hello there.
That depends on the game, Caleb. In the Persona games, they overwrite each other. In this game, they exist side by side. So if you cast 4 Sukundas on an enemy, and then the enemy uses 4 Sukukajas on itself, it's back to square one. So if you have an enemy that you've used a bunch of Tarunda on, and then the enemy buffs itself a bunch of times with Rakukaja, and then you use Deikaja on that enemy, the enemy will lose its Rakukaja buff, but its Tarunda will remain. Good recommendations for chai tea with a balanced flavor? I'm guessing you mean masala chai, Sistemi. Yeah, Caleb, basically, if you put, if you slap 4 stages of Tarunda on an enemy, and then they cast Tarukaja once, they're still at -3 on their attack power. And if they then cast Dekunda on themselves, they go to +1 on attack power, because they've got 1 Tarukaja. Sistemi, my best suggestion to him is to buy a pre-mixed masala chai blend. And I will actually recommend one for him if you like. Yes, they exist independently, Caleb. For example, your Tarukaja and Tarunda stacks are completely independent of one another. Alright, Sistemi. This is a fairly traditional blend for masala chai. And I have personal experience with this blend, and I quite like it. I don't find any of the flavors in it overpowering of any of the other flavors.
Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! Got it.
Okay.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you?
No problem, Systemi. Good luck.
Heyo! Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present for you. Got it.
It's 4 times, Caleb. They stack to 4 in this game. And yes, that's correct. His +4 Sukukaja from Red Capote would remain. It might be 5 in some other game, Caleb. You might be thinking of a different game.
That okay with you? Heyo! A present.
So yeah, Caleb, what you would want to do is, I don't think there's a demon under level 20 that learns Dekaja. So the best you're going to be able to do is either use Dekaja stones or do what I was doing a little bit earlier with Makami, where you rank up a low-level skill until it mutates into Dekaja. And then fuse that onto one of your demons and use it against Matador.
Hello there.
And Caleb, in fact, let me link for you the, let me link the skill mutation chart.
Got it. Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo!
No problem, Caleb. Good luck. Hello, Amused Platypus.
Hello
Welcome.
there. Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A
This is so tedious, but
Hello
at
there.
least
Oh,
progress
that
here
okay with you? Oh?
is
That
a little
okay with you?
faster and more measurable than
Heyo!
it is when you're save scumming skill mutations. That's correct,
Hello
Platypus,
there.
yes.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present.
And fortunately, I only need 3 more. I guess we could make it 2 more
there.
if we go level this demon up once instead.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A present.
Yeah, Caleb, I'm happy to pass on
Oh.
whatever I can to you here that might be
okay
helpful
with
for
you?
you when you first play.
Heyo! A present.
Yes, go ahead, Caleb. What's your question?
Hello there.
Are level ups random? Do you mean, Caleb, do demons randomly assign the skill point that they gain on level up? Because if that's what you mean, then the answer is
Oh.
yes.
That
And if
okay
you
with
want them to assign that skill point to a particular
Oh.
stat, you have to
That
save
okay with
scum
you?
the level up as well. So you get them to within a
Heyo.
few experience points of leveling up, then you save the game, and then you go level them up until they put the point into the stat you want. But bear in mind, there are some demons that are inflexibly obstinate about what stats they want to level up when they level. And you might have seen it earlier with Makami, where he refused to level anything up but luck. So in those cases, you have to just let them get that stat to 20, and then use Mitama Fusion to max it out to 40, so that they can't put their stat points into that stat anymore, and they're forced to allocate them somewhere else.
Hello there. Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Hey-oh! Goodness. Got
Agility and sense. So, Caleb, Mitama Fusion is when...
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows.
And you need a certain minimum level in order to be able to do it, because the Mitamas that you use for it are, fairly high up. Yeah, Otis, there are certain demons that prefer certain stats, and Pixie prefers luck, and I guess for whatever reason, Makami does too. So, Caleb, there are 4 Mitama-type enemies. There's Ara Mitama, Nigi Mitama. There is no benefit of high luck, amused Platypus. The luck stat does almost nothing in this game. It's useless. It doesn't affect critical hits. It doesn't affect any of the things that you would have expected it to. So it's wasted points, basically. There's Kushi Mitama. And there's Saki Mitama. Yeah, if you played Persona, you're familiar with these, Caleb. Well, what they do in this game is that when you fuse a regular demon with a Mitama, that Mitama will boost 2 of that demon's base stats. And you'll see it in just a moment when we have finished up here with well, actually, I could show you now, since I'm gonna have to reload my save file anyway.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
This would be Kushi Mitama.
Sure? Oh? All right.
So, Caleb, what Mitama Fusion does is, you see how with Kushi Mitama, all of the icons on that chart on the right are up arrows? Fusing with a Mitama doesn't actually change the base demon, but it boosts the base demon's stats. So if we take Makami, and we fuse him with Kushi Mitama, we get Makami. However, Makami gains a boost to vitality and agility. And by fusing this demon with a Mitama, we can basically boost the stats that the Mitama corresponds with. Each Mitama has particular stats that it boosts, Caleb. Ara Mitama is strength and agility. Kushi Mitama is vitality and agility. Saki Mitama is vitality and luck, I think. And Nigi Mitama is magic and luck. However, you can only double the demon's base stats. So, if a demon has any less than 20 in a stat, you won't be able to max out that stat. Like, if a demon has 15 in a base stat, you can only get that stat to 30 with Mitama Fusion. So, if you want to max out a demon's stats, that demon needs a minimum of 20 in the stat you want to max out, in order for you to max it out with Mitamas.
All right.
Yeah, Kritzers, what it essentially amounts to is doping your demon up on performance enhancers. Although, really, what I'm doing now is probably even closer to that, because I'm literally buying drugs from the shop.
Goodness. Got it.
Oh, good, and there's another Vitality Incense. Perfect. No, Kritzers, you can fuse as many Mitamas onto a demon as it takes to double whatever stats the Mitamas affect. And that's exactly why I'm trying to farm Vitality Incense, to get Makami's Vitality to 20, so that I can then shoot him full of Kushi Mitamas and double his Vitality to 40. And at the same time, his Agility will also double to 30. That's correct, Caleb, yes. And you can farm incense from the shop by getting 10 lucky tickets, or rather by getting 9 lucky tickets, and then saving your game, then getting a 10th lucky ticket, leaving the shop, and then trading the ticket for what in this game is called the white box. In the original version of Nocturne, it was called the medium-sized box.
Hello there. Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Hey-o. Got it.
Don't judge me, Soul Bishop. I get results.
Hello there. Hmm? Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Hey-o.
And, Caleb, that's exactly what I'm doing here, is I am farming lucky ticket exchanges at the shop, because the particular box that I'm choosing will always contain either an incense or a Balm of Rising. So your odds of getting an incense are actually quite high. It's just that your chance of getting a particular incense is 1 in 6, which for an Atlas game is not bad at all. Caleb, there's a list somewhere of what you can get out of each different box. One of the box pretty much only gives you gems. The other one that I'm looking for gives you incense. And then one after that gives you healing items. Platypus, I don't even know if mannequins are going to be in SMT3. I haven't watched the trailer or anything because I don't own a Switch. And I don't plan on owning a Switch anytime in the near future, if ever. So I have no reason to pay attention to a game that's going to be Switch exclusive, you know?
Hello there. Hmm?
Yeah, Caleb, like I said, there's someone...
okay with you? Oh.
Someone wrote up a list a while ago.
That
I think
okay
it might
with
be
you?
on the wiki. And it's been floating around for years.
Got it.
And it's the same in the remaster as it was in the original. They haven't changed it.
There. Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you? Hmm?
Caleb, I can tell from your username that you like pink.
Hey-o.
Break one what off a tree, Outis? Oh, you're... Right, British English. You're using the archaic, outdated term for a beating stick. Yes, I see. I'm sorry, it took me a minute.
Oh? That okay with you? Hmm? Hey-o.
Alright, well, we've got one more grimoire left, so we might as well just get one last incense and... Yeah, Caleb, the grimoires are DLC items. You unfortunately have to buy the overpriced, well, rather the even more overpriced Deluxe edition of this game to have access to the area where you get them.
Oh? That okay with you?
I'm glad to hear that, Outis.
Hey-o.
Caleb, frankly, it's not worth it, and you should not overpay for this.
Hello there.
Because they want $70 for the Deluxe edition. So they're charging the full price of a modern AAA PS5 game. And they're charging it for a rushed remaster of an 18-year-old PS2 title. It's criminal how much they want for the digital deluxe edition of this.
A press. Got it. Hello there.
Yes, Yudori, or buy it on PC and wait for a Steam sale. Yeah, Caleb, it's even worse if you're in certain countries. Although, Caleb, you could always use a VPN on Steam. Or set up a different region account on PSN. Platypus, this, as I understand it, was Sega's doing. It seems as though Sega set the pricing, and Sega rushed this version of the game to market in order to get it on sale before the holidays.
Oh? That okay with you?
Yeah, try to wait for a sale if you can, Caleb.
Heyo! A press.
Or else use a gift card or something.
Hello there. Oh? That okay
Because the
with
amount
you?
of money that they want, even for the base version of the game, is way too much. It's not on the Steam Summer Sale, Caleb? Yeah, it's a fairly new release, unfortunately.
That okay with you?
So it might be a little while before it does go on sale.
Oh? That
But
okay
keep
with
an
you?
eye out, though,
Oh?
because
That okay with
you never know where you might
Oh?
see an opportunity.
That okay with you?
Matter of fact, I believe you can get a
Present for-
physical
got it.
edition of it. And you might be able to get that for less. Oh, yeah, Caleb, in a transparent attempt to make it seem less
there.
expensive than it is.
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? Heyo! A press. Goodness. Got it.
Magic incense.
Hello there. Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A press. Goodness. Got it.
Bomb of Rising, which is the only non-incense item you can get from that box.
Hello there.
Oh, Caleb, there's an HD remaster of Final Fantasy X and
Oh,
X-2
that okay with you?
that are bundled
Oh.
together. And in
That
fact,
okay
I
with
think
you?
they actually come
Oh.
with another game that's an asset flip of
That okay with
X-2
you?
that's like a dungeon exploration
Heyo.
game.
A present. Oh! Goodness.
That might be the
Got it.
edition you would want to go for. Because I have seen it. Yeah, they come with a third game as well, Caleb. I think it's called Last Order or Last Mission or something like that. I think Last Mission. It's kind of an afterthought, but I actually did stream it from start to finish,
Hello
and
there.
I got a good 2 streams out of it, so...
Oh? That okay with you? Heyo! A press. Goodness. Got
Oh,
it.
and there's our last Vitality Incense. No, there's another one after that that's part of the collection, Theodore. If it's not Last Mission, then I forget the name of it. But there's a third game that comes with that HD remaster collection, Caleb. And you might be able to get them all on Steam. I don't know if they're bundled on Steam, but Alright. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use that last grimoire on Makami. Oh, Caleb, that's a good deal for those. See, that's how this game should be priced. Because FF10 and 10-2 are also PS2 games from around the same era. A little bit later than this, actually, but same general era. And those are priced accordingly at $16.50. Half off. Yeah, get that, Caleb. 32 is steep for those, but they are a little newer than this and a little more modern. But 16, I feel like, is a perfectly fair price for them. So get them now, Caleb, while you can. Oh, good, and there's his 20th point of vitality. We couldn't have asked for a better result here. Perfect. Caleb, are you part of our Discord? Or actually, never mind, Caleb. I'm part of Red's Discord, so you should be able to just DM me via her Discord. Send me a DM on Discord, Caleb, and I might have a solution for you. Speaking of Discord, who the hell tagged me? What is this? Oh. Okay, very good. All right, Caleb. And in the meantime... let me just make sure I've saved. So now we need to go get some money. Symbol? Which symbol, Caleb? You mean here on the save screen? Oh, the one next to file number. That's a Magatama symbol. That represents... these things. Yes, Caleb, it is there by default. And as far as I know, it doesn't... yeah, no, I used to think that too, Caleb, but it's there from the beginning of the game. So as far as I know, it doesn't represent having, met some criteria or accomplished something. I think it's just there for, some sort of decoration, and I'm not 100% sure what the... Like, you see those diamond icons at the top of the center of each save file? I don't know what those are for either, if anything. It looks like they're supposed to indicate something, but they haven't changed through the entire playthrough, and I think they might just be for New Game Plus cycles. I believe is what they might be, but other than that, I'm not sure. Oh, based on what ending you get. Okay, thank you, Grimdeath, for clarifying. Well, there's your answer, Caleb. Alright, so... now we need... now we need to make some Mitamas. Let me pull up the old fusion chart. And just refresh myself on, okay, Kushi Mitama requires Eros and Aquans or Earthus and Flamus. Yes, you can, Caleb. You create them by fusing elementals. Or you can buy them from the jewelry shop if you have the right gems to trade for them, but... what I am going to investigate doing here is...
Hello there.
Correct, Caleb, yes. Two demons of the same race. And I guess actually I am going to end up selling these.
That okay with you?
Because I really don't want to make 2 trips to the Labyrinth of Amala.
That okay with you?
Okay. These I want to keep.
Hey, got it.
But this should be enough money. So now what we need to do is... unfortunately, we need to part with Pisaka. You'll see it, Caleb. You'll see how we do this. I'm going to be saving a little bit of money here on buying the Mitamas flat out, because Kushi Mitama is... where is he? 17,400. However, if we create him by fusing... actually, there are 2 ways we could do this. We could... Flamus is 9,200. And Earthus is 4,900. So this would cost us 13,100. Or we could go Eros, which is 5,100, plus Aquans, which is 6,400. And this will put us at approximately 11,000.
Are you sure?
As our cost basis for
Are you sure?
Kushi Mitama rather than 17,000.
Are you sure?
So this saves us about 6,000 Maka. So first we fuse Kushi Mitama, and then we fuse Kushi Mitama onto Makami.
Are you sure?
And then we do that again 4 more times.
All right. Oh? Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh? All right. Are you sure? All right.
Oh, no worries, Dong Harvey. I don't like doing that because I also find it distracting. And I find it takes away from people's ability to see the game. And since I don't use Facecam, there's really nothing else for people to see here but the game.
Are you sure?
And, Caleb, there
right.
is another way that you could do this that would save you spending any money, but it requires instead that you make an investment of time. And that is, you just go out and capture or recruit 2 demons of the same race, and then fuse them into the elementals that you need in order to create a Mitama. And then create the Mitama, and then fuse the Mitama onto your demon.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
So you can do that if you're broke, but honestly, it's faster just to farm money and either buy the ingredient demons or just buy the Mitamas themselves.
All right. Are you sure?
Caleb, when you see a skull on the fusion chart, it means that that combination of demons will create a fiend. So if, for example, we select Angel, Angel plus Momonofu would give us White Rider, whom I do want to fuse, but I need more money before I'm going to be able to fuse him, because this is going to be a very expensive fusion. And exactly what fiend you get changes depending upon the phase of Kagutsuchi. Bear in mind also, Caleb, that you cannot fuse a fiend unless you have a Death Stone, and the only place to get Death Stones is in the Labyrinth of Amala. There are a fixed number of them that you find as treasure, but there's also a shady broker somewhere down there who sells them as long as you have a neutral alignment, which I currently do. So I'm going to need to farm a bunch of money and go down there and get some extra Death Stones before I master many more Magatama and change my alignment again.
All right. Oh? Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh? All right. Are you sure? Are you sure?
No problem, Caleb. When I say alignment, I'm just talking about your Demi-Fiend's title. You'll see on his status screen, I'll show it to you in a minute.
All right. Are you sure?
So your alignment in terms of what reason you're supporting is a separate thing, Caleb. But your title, you see how my protagonist is called Expert? It says there on the upper left corner of his status screen, Expert. That title changes as you master Magatama. Mastering a Magatama means you learn all of the skills that that Magatama has to teach. And each one of... Hang on, I've got a link for you for that, actually. Each one of the Magatama that you get is either a light, neutral, or dark Magatama, and the titles that you get from mastering different Magatama change according to whether you master a Magatama that is light, neutral, or dark. Whatever Magatama you've just mastered, if it was a light Magatama, it will give you a light title. If it was a dark Magatama, it will give you a dark title. And if it was a neutral Magatama, it will give you a neutral title. And here is a list of each Magatama and its affiliation. Where this makes a difference is in the Labyrinth of Amala, where there are certain places that you'll run into a door, and the door will tell you that it'll only open if you're evil, if you're good, or if you're neutral. And the merchant that sells death stones for 100,000 Maka each, I might add, is behind the door that requires you to have a neutral title. So I hope that clarifies things a little better. No problem, Caleb.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Are you sure?
No, Caleb, you're not bugging me at all. You're the only one who's active in chat at the moment, and I'm not calling anyone out. I'm happy to have people lurk, but if I didn't have you to discuss this stuff with at the moment, Caleb, I would just be spewing my internal monologue right now. To a room of people, probably who are mostly asleep by now, I would guess.
Are you sure?
Like I said, Systemi, I'm not calling anyone out. Don't worry about it, guys. That wasn't a challenge to let me know that you're still here. I know people still are.
Oh, all right. Are you sure?
Well, Platypus, or for those who don't have any kind of sleep schedule, like me.
All right.
Alright, so that's going to be 40 vitality, and the reason I needed vitality for Makami is because we need as much HP as we can get for this next battle. Oh, Caleb, well, I don't know what time it is where you are now, but make sure you get some rest. Don't ruin your sleep schedule or your day tomorrow on my account.
All right.
Theodore, it's not even neutral. The title that you get from mastering every Magatama has no alignment. Oh, okay, so you've got a couple hours of wiggle room safely, at least, Caleb. That's good.
Oh.
Man, this poor previous Makami build. Look at him now. Look at how far he's come.
Are you sure? Oh?
My hope is that he is going to
all right.
serve as our main damage dealer during the fight against Metatron.
Hello there. Oh?
I really don't want to sell a bead of life, but...
Oh? That okay with you? Oh? That okay with you?
Alright, this ought to give us just enough to buy Pisaka back. Ah, you still have Kailash left, Theodore. Yeah, it sucks that they hold out on you for so long on that Magatama, but considering what skills it teaches you, you can kind of see why they do.
Are you sure?
Yep, just barely enough.
All right.
Harvey, there've been some. I know that somebody put out a hard type mod for the original PS2 version. And I know that the community has done a bunch of quality of life fixes as well, which are done in the form of mods to the original. Do a little bit of research, you'll find them. I haven't really kept on top of it, but... I don't know of Atlas specifically having one, Kritzers, but Sega does. Because Sega's owned by Sammy. Although I guess it depends on what you count as a gacha game. Because they operate all kinds of physical and digital media. Alright, now we need to go down, I think, to the 4th Kalpa. Because I believe that's where this tunnel is. Okay, that's Kalpa 5, this is Kalpa 4. I'm not even gonna mess around with this, I'm just gonna... stay away from all the obstacles. Best I can, anyway. Alright, so we want to go, I think, to Hell's Vault. I believe that's where the Maka farming is. We want to go around here. Okay. So, to get to Hell's Vault, I think... we want to go in at either half or full Kagutsuchi. Okay, yes indeed, Hell's Vault. And of course there's no map. I'm trying to remember how to get to the, how to get to the place where we farm the maca. Because I don't remember it at all. Blast it? Nope, that didn't help. Alright, hang on. Maybe there is a map. Maps and charts. Labyrinth of Amala. Okay. Oh god, Anonymous, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your support. I can't even zoom in on this. Open image in new tab, maybe. There we go. Okay. Okay, alright, Hell's Vault. For anybody who's wondering, this is the map that I'm looking at here to try to find my bearings back to this place. Okay. Hell's Hall, Hell's Vault. Alright, so let me try to figure out this map. This is a somewhat confusingly labeled map, but... Okay, we should be able to go in, yes, at half. Boy, this is hard to read. Yeah, Kritzers, if only this map were a little clearer. Okay, so we need... Sorry, I have to read the map key for a minute here. Alright, somebody who remembers this better than I do is probably screaming at me in chat. Or silently. Okay, so... We just came from number 10. God, this key is impossible to understand. This really makes me appreciate the maps that we do at Future Press. Well... I'm reading this correctly. which it doesn't look like I am. This map is useless. Nothing, Chaplain. You can't use a map here, which is why I have to rely on an online map. Caleb, because there's something really important down here, and I don't remember how to get to it. I always forget. So I'm gonna guess north here? The hell with this. This map is useless. I'm just gonna find some directions. Okay, I found some crappy directions on GameFAQs. Yes, Sir Crocodile, it is. Unfortunately, right down to the compressed sound files. This is the sort of thing where I learn it every time I replay this game. Like, I learn the directions down here. And then I forget them afterward because there's no need for me to remember them until the next time I play the game. And there's just only so much room in the human memory. And I'm also getting old, and that sucks. Okay. So back to Hell's Vault. Next area, go forward, past the mystical chest, keep going forward, teleport, forward to the mystical chest, turn right, go forward, teleport, forward to the mystic chest, turn right, walk a bit forward, turn to the small walled section. Go forward and teleport. In here? I think this might be it. Yes, okay, it is. Phew! Poorly written directions on GameFAQs for the win. Crocodile, this is what I would call early techno? Not techno, God, sorry, words. Like, I don't know, it's hard to describe. It's sort of, it's a little bit techno, it's a little bit pop. It's a little bit synth. Honestly, I think synth is a better word for it. You'd maybe describe it as, J-synth or something like that. Japanese synth. Yeah, synth, techno, pop, I don't know. I'll leave it to somebody who has more experience with that than me. Now, here's the trick. Do I remember how to do this? And the answer is probably no. I'm probably going to have to review this. The idea here, Caleb, is inside some of these obstacles are hidden blue maca coins. And each time you pick one up, it multiplies, or rather, it doubles the amount of money that you've obtained from it. Those. And basically, if you can consecutively get enough blue maca, you end up doubling your total to the point where you're getting tens of thousands. But there's a very, very specific pattern that you have to follow in here, and I used to remember how to do it, but now I'm going to have to watch a video probably to refresh myself on it. In the original game, Caleb, yes, this was by far the best way to earn maca. In one run of that maybe minute or minute and 15 second tunnel, you can get 45,000 maca. So this is how you would get enough money to do your fusion. Unfortunately, Caleb, yes. The best, in this version of the game, the fastest way to earn maca, well, the most convenient, is buy the overpriced $70 Deluxe Edition and get access to the map where you can just kill enemies that drop items you can sell for stupid amounts of maca. And you can warp to that map through the Amala terminals. You don't have to go out of your way to come way down here. Alright, let's try this again after reviewing the, after reviewing the video. I don't think you can get those DLCs separately with those areas, Caleb. I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure they only come with the Deluxe Edition. See, there are these things that come from behind you as well, which... sometimes they have money in them. Oh, this is a disaster. Yeah, but you have to pay separately for them, Caleb, which, again, is just unbelievably scummy. You can't get them for free, which is the issue. There we go. They give you little hints about where you're supposed to go by where they put the maca. Well, if it's any consolation, I'm gradually getting it. $587 maca. Yeah, it's pretty disgraceful. As is my performance here. Here they're giving you a cue that stuff is going to come from behind you. Of course, I missed the cues. Those they do want you to avoid. I don't know about that, Caleb. I don't think I'm doing it any better every time. I used to be able to do this, but not so much now. There we go. Yep, I missed one. Ah. That was terrible. Well, Kritzers, and that's precisely the problem, isn't it? This is your only decent way of farming Maka in the original version of this game. So your option is to either learn it or cheat. And even when you've learned it, it's very inconsistent. Like, even somebody who is good at this, which I used to be, still does not achieve perfect results every time. Oh, Caleb, I've heard people say good things about that game, but I've never played it. I frankly am not terribly interested in Digimon, to be honest. Which is to say, not interested at all. Another problem with this is just that the controls are really unresponsive. And the camera perspective makes it very difficult to see anything. We'll try one more time, and then I'm just going to peace out and go to the DLC area to do this, because I feel like I am at the point in the game where I have access to this. Theoretically, I could just, theoretically, I could just relearn it, but why waste tons of time doing that? Yeah, okay. This is going to take a lot longer than I have, so what we're going to do is we saved before we came down here. I'm just going to go show, by comparison, how stupid the DLC money farming area is. I feel like, since we have access to that Kalpa tunnel now, we're at least at the point in the game where it's fair to say that we can farm money, theoretically, just as quickly there as here.
Thank you, but do you want...
Only without the extra headache of me having to relearn that stupid Kalpa tunnel layout again. So what we do is we go through here. None of the fairies or anything are here. Because this is just a palette swap of this area, and a low-res palette swap, no less. Although the version of the medical center is worse. And we hit Ribarama. Hey, Future City, 8 hours is nothing. And I forgot, we need to get rid of, or rather, we need to return Makami to our stock because he moves first. We will bring in Principality, and then Angel will go first, and we can... So you just kill the Mitama enemies here. And they drop crap. Although, unfortunately, you can run into groups of enemies that don't have any Mitamas, or that only have, like, one Mitama. And, yeah, see, this crap just isn't worth it. So you end up having to run around here and essentially escape battles until you run into a battle that only has a Mitama, like this one. And then they drop these bull items that you can sell at a shop for lots of money. And I'll tell you what, this is a lot easier and a lot less inconvenient than that stupid Kalpa tunnel. But the fact that it costs you at minimum $10 is criminal. And this is just one of the many reasons why I recommend to people not buying this version of the game unless it's on sale. Well, and therein lies the problem, Caleb. Because Sega has once again made this a question of spend real money. And spending real money here doesn't even get you past the grind. You still have to grind. It's just a slightly less annoying and inconvenient grind. Well, Kritsurus, which unfortunately leaves you with the option of playing this game on PC. Yes, the Doctor, if you can get Disco Elysium on sale, get it. It's a fantastic game, and it has tons of replay value. See, with Disco Elysium, the Doctor, you'll get more than your money's worth out of it even if you don't get it on sale. Because it's not all that expensive to begin with. With this, you're hard-pressed to get your money's worth out of it even if you do get it on sale. Because you could just as easily buy an earlier version of the game, or, you know, a physical copy of the original PS2 version for a fraction of what Sega is charging for this. And if you emulate a PS2 copy of this, you can mod it and make it better and fix all the things that Sega forced it to market before Atlas had time to fix. hell. Ah, Caleb, I owned Disgaea 4. I never ended up finishing it, though. And I don't know what that says either about it or me, but I lost interest in it pretty quickly. Matter of fact, I think the only Disgaea game I ever finished was 3, and they were already starting to fall off in quality by that point, from what other people told me. Well, Kritzers, that's because in Japan, the consumer mentality is that they'd rather have a more premium version than the regular version. So, Japanese companies are used to catering to that. But they refuse to accept that that's not how people prefer to buy things in the West all the time. I don't know, Caleb. I own Disgaea 5 as well, and I never finished that one either. And maybe I just have unusually high standards, but to me it takes a certain kind of game, or a certain quality of game, to keep me engaged from start to finish. Not every game can hold my attention. If they're not good, if they're not engaging, if they're poorly written, or if they don't have something to keep me interested, then I can't keep playing them. Ah, Nobleman, I have finished Makai Kingdom. I don't know if that counts as a Disgaea game, though. I think that one's more of an offshoot. They certainly love bringing Lord Zeta back as a guest character, though. But, like, look at this already. The Bronze Bulls sell for 4,000 each. The Gold Bulls are 8,000, and the Hypatia Bulls are 15,000. So we've already got about 200,000 Maka right here. Just by a cursory estimate. And if we were really good at the Kalpa Tunnel, we could theoretically have gotten that same amount of money in this amount of time if we did the Kalpa Tunnel 4 or 5 times flawlessly in a row. But this is the route that Sega has chosen to force Atlus to take. And it may well be that Atlus was on board with that as well, I don't know, but the way I heard it was that it was Sega that forced Atlus to put the game out in an incomplete state, and that resulted in this piecemeal, greedy money grab of a DLC configuration. You could do 1,000,000 Maka in maybe 45 minutes to an hour this way, Kritzers. If we could just get the groups in Bhutan. Because the other groups that have other enemies in them are a pain in the ass, and they give you less. There we go. There we are. And every now and then you get groups of just these pissant enemies like these shadows. We'll go 1 or 2 more battles, and then I think this should be enough. Caleb, and that coming from someone who claims not to have any standards. If you supposedly have no standards and Disgaea 6 is still that bad to you, that must say quite a lot about that game's quality. Oh, you have standards for performance, and you're evaluating a Switch game. That seems like a guaranteed recipe for disappointment, Caleb. I have, Dong Harvey. I've actually beaten Phantom Brave. Out of curiosity, Harvey, why do you mention Phantom Brave out of the blue? I never thought I would hear mention of that game again. Phantom Brave is the prequel to Makai Kingdom? I don't think that's true, Nobleman. I don't think those games are connected at all. Oh, I used a stoma, didn't I? Yeah, Nobleman, but that doesn't mean their storylines are related. That just means that Nippon Ichi was pinching pennies on their development and reusing assets. Okay, Otis, have a good one. Take care. Thank you for hanging out with us this evening. Well, Nobleman, the word sequel has a very particular meaning that implies that both games are related in terms of their story. So, I imagine you can forgive me for misunderstanding your intent there. There we go. We'll clear these guys out, and then we'll call it a day here. Look at this, 7 Mitamas in one battle, all of which are guaranteed to drop a money-making item. How dumb is this? Then we warp back to the terminal. We return to Asakusa. Oh, you know what? And there's one other thing we should probably do. How close is Pete to level up? we should get him one level and then, teach him Null Light. It did, Systemi. I agree with your assessment of Makai Kingdom. And some of its systems were unbelievably obtuse. Caleb, I'm gonna need a chat command to answer this question. Yes, let me... Here we go. Matter of fact, let me add a text command for that right now. Let's see. All right. There you go, Caleb. Click the link that Mubot just posted. All right, now...
Hello there. Heyo. Heyo. Got it.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to do something really important, which was to set this back to hard. Whoops. Well, it's not like we fought anything in the meantime, really. Okay, so...
Oh? That okay with you?
200K right there.
Oh? That okay
Another
with you?
56K.
Oh?
Another
That okay
144K. Which we could have farmed in this same amount of time at that stupid Kalpa tunnel, but screw relearning how to do that.
Heyo. Got it.
Okay, and actually, let me just make sure we have everything we need for this, because, I'm a little bit uncomfortable bringing in only one demon that can deal damage to
Welcome
Metatron.
to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons
So let's
gather.
see. Maybe better that we just go with Dees.
Are you sure? All right.
Okay. Let's see if we can't go make this happen. And we are definitely gonna save. And we're just gonna speed run this. Or, well, I mean, it's the same speed regardless, but we're gonna just hide from everything. Or not. Or we could just plow face first into everything. Whatever. We'll just heal up when we get to the end. Okay.
You're back. So, are you ready to move forward together? We're not as patient as you might think, so...
I'm gonna hold off on this for now.
So, we'll see.
You'd think that, Systemi, but your stats actually have an effect on that, and I don't think that's the best way to design it, because that means that it will make it, depending on your build, it can make it completely inaccessible and unusable to you. Okay, I think we want to go down here. Caleb, I can think of lots of things, but Sega comes to mind. Oh yes, I've heard that, Caleb, that you get the version with Raito by default and you have to pay extra for the version with Dante. Again, typical Sega scumbaggery. Which is yet another reason why I say don't buy this game unless it's on sale. It will on Steam, Critsurse. But on PSN, it's anybody's guess. Or on Xbox Live, for that matter. Okay. So, Crocodile, as I understand it, the base version of the game only includes the Chronicle Edition, which has Raido. The Maniacs Edition, which has Dante, you have to pay extra for. Oh, wow, Kritsurus, that's not arrogant at all. Agility. I think we want to kind of generally work our way south. Good call, Systemi, and good call as well, Chaplain. Don't pay for overpriced stuff. Don't encourage these companies. Can you feel it? I can feel great power from this door which leads below. Something even stronger than Beelzebub. If you choose to proceed, be careful. I think we want to go in here? Yeah. Oh, it's these two. Alright, so what do we want to do here? I didn't end up going to learn Null Light, which means we're going to have to use a Magatama for it. Which actually... We need protection against physical damage for this on Demi-Fiend. So... here's what we're gonna do. We're going to level Demi-Fiend up one time with the Nirvana Magatama on. And this will actually also give us an opportunity to get Kagutsuchi to new. Oh, okay, that won't take long at all then. Couple more battles. All right, well... that didn't help. All right, Regita, have a good one! I guess we'll bring Sarasvati so that we can deal with, debuffs. Oh, God. Well, Mott's weak to lightning. We lost an extra turn there, even though we hit his weakness. But that's fine, because we got extra turns out of that. Get out of here, Mott. Okay, I don't remember what element these things are weak against. Fire? Nope. Well, at least they're only wasting their turns healing themselves. There we go. Now, the tricky thing here is, what do we give up? And as much as I hate to say it, I think we give up Curse Defense, because we can't spare anything else here. I'm not losing Mind's Eye, because we're gonna need that. Caleb, Fire Boost is because I'm going to be learning Magma Axis in a few levels. Several levels, unfortunately. Mind and Nerve are the most dangerous status ailments. Curse, we can live without protection against. So now we switch to Kamudo, which gives us protection against physical damage, and we still have 2 of the 3 ailment defenses covered. The crucial thing is here, we need protection against light on Demi-Fiend, but we also need protection against physical, and this is the only way we're going to get both. So we're going to need Makami and Dees. Alright, here we go.
Heed my words. I can see by the darkness in your soul that you have chosen to disregard my warning.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
You are beyond the point of redemption. I cannot turn a blind eye to the fallen angel's abominable plan to foster the birth of a new demon.
Yeah, the auto-tune is really aggressive, Caleb. It's really obvious.
Delivering the menorahs to the labyrinth of Amala is just as grave a sin. Listen, fiend, foul demon whose soul is tainted with darkness. Listen and tremble in fear. I am Metatron. I am one with God. By his divine will, I shall destroy you.
You're welcome to go ahead and try. You might actually have the best chance of anyone who has tried.
Feel the wrath of God, disciple of darkness. Face my judgment, accursed spirit.
I don't know, Caleb. Maybe it is. It certainly is true that Japan doesn't know much about subtlety. Okay, so... First thing we want to do is we want to get a Tetrajar rock going here. Only for Deese's benefit, really, but... And this is why we want that physical protection, because... we cannot afford to have Demi-Fiend take too much damage here. Yeah, Kritzers, this music tells you that you seriously pissed off the wrong people. We've been getting 2 hits on Metatron every time so far, though. That's good. And, we're gonna throw up another Tetrajar rock. Oh, and he wasted his turn, which means we now have time to drain some MP from him. So we don't have to waste turns on using items. We get more hits. And we get a... We get a Glacial Blast in again.
You dare oppose me, demon? Then I shall crush you with my full strength!
Was it not obvious that I'm opposing you? Did it take you this long to figure that out? Oh, here we go. And this, we cannot let him continue to do. We have to really stay on him here because... If we don't... then we're in real trouble. Okay, Daisojo can pass. Beast can get in another Glacial Blast. Because we're not in need of healing right now. However, we are in need of damage. And we need to do as much damage as we can before he uses, Dekunda again. That's good. That's 2 very good hits. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to have decided to remove, his debuffs for now. That's another couple of solid hits. This is gonna put us down to our last Dekaja rock, though.
Lord, grant me the strength to vanquish this spirit of evil.
Now he's gonna use Fire of Sinai. Yep. The only thing that's going to enable us to survive this is the... Okay, well, there goes Daisojo. I was about to say is the fact that we got so many debilitates on him. What we're going to have to do now is bring in Sarasvati, which might actually work out because we're going to need her ability to use Dekunda and Dekaja. This is going to be a problem. But not nearly as much of a problem as it could have been. So we got to get some damage on him, and quick. Sarasvati can Dekunda, because it's about time for that. And this is going to be our last chance to use something that will heal everyone, so... as much as I hate to do it, we need to use a Bead of Life to get everyone's health back up. Because we cannot take another sustained attack, and Dees is in need of MP. Well, and he whiffed, so he lost his next turn, which means we are in good shape for a counterattack. And we're going to pass again so that Makami can get in another turn. Oh, there it goes. Okay, we need to get that back on him right away. Well, and there goes Dees, which is not unexpected, but... So now we bring in Kurama Tengu, who also has Debilitate. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Alright, we need to get Debilitate on him right away then. And who else? What do we have? A Balm of Rising we can use on... probably on Daisojo. Well, that hit Demi-Fiend twice, which is unsporting. That's why this guy is so dangerous. So now we bring in Daisojo. Because mainly we need another Debilitate here. Oh, and hopefully it won't... Well, there goes Daisojo again. Great. Mimir, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Alright, I guess at this point we should probably just try to finish him. Oh, we were that close. Oh well. Sometimes you just gotta do a little more damage. Now, first of all, let's switch in everybody who's actually still alive. Next, let's revive everybody who's not. This is by far the closest fight I've had this entire playthrough. But we got him on the first try, and that's the important thing. And now we can take advantage of this area where there are no encounters to get Angel a little bit of MP back, and... make sure we're ready to run away from some battles. The question is, are we better off going to... Actually, I think we're right near the end of the dungeon. So we should just go get the last cutscene. I think right down here is the final elevator of the 5th Kalpa, which will take us to Lucifer, and which will get us our Pierce ability. Yeah, Chaplain, I was kind of on the edge of my seat there, too. Especially during that last bit. And that just goes to show you that even if you use absolutely every tool at your disposal, if you min-max all your demons, you go in with the craziest setup you possibly can, you can still die, and there won't be a damn thing you can do about it. Yeah, Caleb, you do. This is the hallway from the tutorial. Except that we came into it from the opposite direction. We came in from here. Remember? And then there was the doctor guy over here. This is the bottom of the 5th Kalpa. And then remember there was an item over here? At our master's request, I've been waiting for you. Yours is an existence unbound by this world, and for that reason you have infinite potential. Will the battle with God occur as our master wishes? Or will we forever remain in waiting while history repeats itself? I have thought about this at great length. May I ask you a question? Yes. Very well. It is true that all living things must perish. Bound by the invisible threads of fate, humans die tragic deaths. Does that seem fair to you? If you lost a loved one in a horrible accident, would you curse God? There's no need to answer. But if you feel that fate has cheated you, then go and see our master. Yes, though long frozen, time shall soon thaw and flow toward the final battle. Although it's actually kind of the opposite of what he says, because when you destroy Kagutsuchi, time sort of just collapses. And here's the final elevator. This is it. This elevator leads to being a demon to the core. Lift of the Abyss, as it is appropriately called. Let's get some demonic powers and reject another god. Yes, Caleb, because we have to in order to get the true demon ending. And here I think we should finally hear Lucifer's voice. Hey man, what's up? Long time no see.
You are here at last. We have long awaited this moment in the everlasting flow of Amala. You have retrieved all of the menorahs and triumphed over the mightiest warrior of light. You are the demon that we have been waiting for. Did you hear that? All of the demons are celebrating the birth of the new demon of darkness, hoping that you and the fallen angel will break their chains and defeat the Absolute One.
Nabil, scale of 1 to 10, how hard is this game? You're at the beginning? Well, that will depend to some extent on what difficulty you chose, although you can always change it as you go. You're not stuck with the difficulty you choose at the beginning. You can open up the config menu and change it any time. But in general, it's a lot more challenging than any of the modern Persona games, and that is 3, 4, and 5. If you're on normal, you'll probably do okay your first time if you're basically acquainted with the way that SMT games and Persona games work, because most of the core concepts are similar, if not identical. I am playing on hard, but that is mainly to offset my preferred playstyle, which is min-maxing the ever-living hell out of everything. If you just want to do a more casual playthrough, normal is probably fine. You'll still have plenty of challenge, but you won't end up going into boss fights and getting slaughtered over and over. The one piece of advice I will give you, Nabil, is that if it is your first time playing an Atlas game, bear in mind, and don't forget this, buffs and debuffs are very potent in this game, and in Atlas games in general, and they are crucially important to your success. Things like the abilities that raise your stats or lower your enemy's stats, you're going to need to make good use of those, or you're going to have a very miserable time of this. As well, I would suggest try to cover all of your elemental weaknesses as quickly as you can, especially weaknesses to darkness and light, because darkness and light are the elements that have insta-kills. If you do those two things, you probably will be fine your first playthrough on normal.
There is no turning back. We, the ones cast into darkness, shall face those that live in the light. The final battle is about to begin. But first, you must return to your world and increase your strength by defeating the humans who are vying for control, and Kagutsuchi, the source of creation.
I am on board with this.
A man who envisions a world of silence. Ahriman, god of the void, lends him strength. A young woman who values power above all else. The god Baal Avatar has descended upon her. A young man yearning to live in solitude. His strength comes from Noah, the wandering god. And Kagutsuchi, the light that watches over the Vortex world, as well as creation.
Future City, it's that he switches back and forth between the old man and the child. I'm not sure which one, if either, is his true form, but if I had to pick, it's probably the old man.
When you have defeated those foes, you will be accepted and honored by us all. My master would like to help you prepare for the forthcoming battles by sharing a portion of his strength.
I like strength.
He shall release the hidden power of the Magatama that you have received.
Ah, yes, Future City. It is. You've seen his true form in the Persona games. He's a Persona that you can get at the end of the game. In every new Persona game, 3, 4, and 5. He sucks in 5, though. They really nerfed him.
You, who have cast away your human form, and as a fiend, conquered all deaths. You were given the body of a demon when you entered the Vortex world.
Given is being a little bit generous. It was somewhat forced upon me.
And now, it is time for you to receive the heart of a demon, as my master wishes. You shall be born again, as a demon of chaos, harbinger of the final battle. To the one who bears our strength and hope, may you forever prevail.
That's correct, Caleb. Demi-Fiend has lost the last vestige of his humanity at this point. He is human now in appearance only. Everything else about him is now a demon.
Go to where Kagutsuchi awaits.
That's Lucifer's voice, huh? Right on point.
Show me the beginning.
And crucially, if we check out our original Magatama, the one that we were first given by Lucifer, or the one that was rather first forced upon us by him, we see that Marugare can now teach us Pierce. Which we're going to need to learn eventually, but I do not want to give up my status protection just yet. So we are going to have to get our hands on that last Magatama. Caleb, Pierce is the best ability in the game. Whoever has it, it enables their physical attacks to bypass any defense except repel. So if the enemy resists, nulls, or absorbs physical attacks, Pierce will allow you to negate that and still damage them normally with physical skills. Come to think of it, you were born in the room up ahead, weren't you? And now you've been born a second time. How did you know that? Ah, these guys. Dong Harvey, I'm not the most qualified person to answer that question. And as it is, I unfortunately cannot give you a good answer to it. All I can tell you for certain about Lucifer's goals is that he wants to break the universe free of the control of the Great Will, / God, / Jehovah, / That's quite all right, Systemi. In actual fact, I need to get going too because we are already nearly 10 hours in. So we're going to raid somebody whom I have not personally been acquainted with other than through a friend of mine. So this is a friend of a friend. We're going to go raid Mycena Wow, who is a friend of my friend Sam, Corgi Pasta. Mycena is playing Dark Souls 1, and as far as I know, she has just recently started streaming, and she's very, very close to reaching her affiliate goal. So let's drop by, let's show her some support, and let's really make her night and give her something to smile about. Thank you all so much for hanging out today. Thank you all for your company, for your kindness, your generosity, and I look forward to seeing all of you hopefully tomorrow. Take care, everyone.